All right. Looks like we're good to go. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yo, peoples. Luetin09 here. Welcome back to yet another Warhammer 40K session, where we are going to be learning about some more crazy weapons in the grim dark universe of Warhammer 40K. Now, just letting you guys know ahead of time, I'm going to be keeping an ear out because we got trash pickup. I'm waiting on them. And we also have loose leaf pickup as well. So I'm just waiting for them to come by. So that way, if I got to help push the leaves so they can, take all the leaves, then I can do that. So I'll be keeping an ear out for it. If I hear anything that even remotely sounds like it's bigger than an F-150, I will be heading out to make sure that I take care of that, just in case that happens during this session. But today, we are going to be checking out some more stuff from Luetin. So let's go ahead and check out 40K's Most Insane and Powerful Weapons Part 3 by Luetin09.
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. Audible is an amazing service which offers a huge selection to listen to, but it is also one of the best ways to make huge savings on.
This hoodie is too hot. I got up here preparing to wear this hoodie during this entire session. I already feel the heat from this because it's starting to get a little bit humid outside. This hoodie's too hot. It is too hot. All right, now we're ready. Much better. Why did I think wearing a hoodie was going to be a good idea? It's not freezing. It's not even hot. It's not even cold in my room. Why did I think wearing a hoodie was going to be a good idea? I don't know why I thought that. Let me mute my TV. Make sure my PlayStation cord is charged. No more distractions. Unless it's important. Let's continue.
40K audiobooks. We'll be continuing on this month listening to the classic heresy tale, Flight of the Eisenstein. You can join us and start listening today with a 30-day Audible trial. Get a free audiobook and full access to thousands of select originals, audiobooks and podcasts included in the Audible Plus plan. Visit audible.com/Luetin or text Luetin to 500 500 for those of you in the US. Full details about my new audiobook club follow at the end of this video. Each month we'll be listening to a new audiobook, and at the end of that month I'll host a live stream where we will discuss the core themes and events. As always, all relevant links are listed directly below in the video notes.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Each tormented soul experiences unique nightmares. It is our duty to share these nightmares with others. That just sounds wrong. Each tormented soul experiences unique nightmares. It is our duty to share these nightmares with others. This sounds like the mindset of someone tainted with chaos. What is that? What is that? Zetheretic? Zethretic? Zethretic? Is that Zethretic? That looks like Zethretic. Yeah, Zethretic, Hex Coven, Homunculus. Huh. That looks like a giant plasma cannon.
So, once again, I welcome you back into the void that is the insanity of weaponry, both physical and passive, of the galaxy of the 41st millennium. The reach and scale of this in the dark far future is so vast that truly the only limitation is that of human imagination, and within the scope of what we consider a weapon to be, this need not be something physically destructive, for just as devastating are the insidious corruptions of the mind and the soul. We have learned all too well that very often the ability to turn one's will against another can lead to far more devastating consequences than a mere handheld weapon or vehicle-mounted destructive force. For 40K is an arena fought on a far grander scale than individual battles, even singular worlds. It is an unending galactic conflict that is a battle of factional attrition. As we continue on, I want to note that as always, you guys continue to throw good suggestions for things to cover, and there's a whole arsenal for us to continue on with. So please, if you enjoy this series, help me by hitting that like and drop your thoughts in the comments. Every interaction helps me and the channel. If your favoured selection of insane weapons is not featured in this episode, don't worry, it will inevitably
Subject number 35. Am I late? No. We're literally in the intro. We're just in the intro. We just started the intro. Yo, Michaelos, what's going on? I really hope I pronounced it right this time, because I know you gave me the pronunciation the last time you were here. I really hope I said that right. But welcome.
continue with future installments.
Also, you guys probably weren't here. Glad I missed the preamble. Looking forward to you being horrified. Hold on. It's on the tip of my nose and it doesn't want to come out. Oh, I hate that! And then it just disappeared. I hate it when sneezes are right on the edge of your nose. And then you try to stop so you can let it just run its course. And then it just subsides. I hate that. I hate that so much. But yeah, we are checking out Luetin09's Most Insane Powerful Weapons Part 3. I'm going to check it out Part 4. You guys weren't here at the beginning when I said that I may need to step away, depending on the situation, due to me waiting for trash pickup and loose leaf pickup for my neighborhood. So, yeah. So I'm just keeping a watchful eye and ear out for them, so that way when it's time for the loose leaf pickup, because it's really the loose leaf pickup that I'm probably going to have to step away for. Because since there's so many leaves, I'll probably have to help, shovel some of the leaves out towards them so they can pick it up, instead of them trying to go halfway up of our driveway in order to get it, because we got a lot of leaves. So that may be one thing that I have to step away for. Not so much trash, because I can get the can at any time once they come by. But I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time. Had the same thing happen to me today. Granted, mine was from brick dust. Yee.
So this is not featured.
Okay, let me go back.
Helps me on the channel. If your favorite,
because this is still the intro. This is still the intro. We haven't even started with the weapons. And also, you said prepare.
Continue with future
looking forward to you being horrified.
Why below, but you'll need to join me next time to see what makes the cut.
Penitent engines.
It seemed wildly overdue, and you've heard me use the word horrific within 40k context all too often, but a sensible place for us to begin today would be with the truly horrific war engines, titled the Penitent Engines of the Ecclesiarchy. Most often that's referring specifically to the Adeptus Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle. The religion of the Imperium is known as the Imperial Creed. This was beginning to stir around the end of the period of heresy, and soon enough had expanded into cults dotted across the Imperium. These would soon turn into full-blown orders that would eventually collectively form into what is now the religion of the Imperium. It is the sole religion of the Imperium, and is brutally unforgiving. Planets which lean into the religious worship of the Emperor are terrifying places to occupy, as its localized rules can be extremely harsh and unforgiving. But Wherever it may be though, its single core tenet is absolutely unchangeable, that the Emperor is the all-powerful god of mankind. It seems obvious enough and easy to follow, but even the suggestion of this not being the case, or the inadvertent implication of anything else, can be a death sentence. While small differences in dogma and rites of worship would exist from one planet to another and considered reasonable interpretations as to be tolerated, but if there are any significant deviations in belief, this will eventually be considered heresy, and punishable likely by inquisitional interrogation, followed by, of course, death. Yet despite its overbearing presence in the Imperium, the Minister...
Here's one thing I want to talk about real quick. When it comes to like the thoughts of heresy, there is no like, okay, you've been questioned, we'll keep you under surveillance. No, it is merely, you have been questioned. We learned all we needed to know. Now you will perish for your crimes of heresy. There is no, oh, you got parole. Oh, you're on house arrest. No. You have been suspected of heresy. We have evidence to prove it. Now you die. Even if it's like small stuff, this is still heretic in nature. You must die for your crimes of even being remotely close to it. And hearing of just the Inquisitorius, which I feel like I want to look into a little bit later. Hearing the Inquisitorius, I just think if anyone goes to them, they ain't coming back.
must constantly death, punishable likely by inquisitional interrogation, followed by, of course, death. Yet despite its overbearing presence in the Imperium, the Ministerium must constantly engage against those who could threaten its sanctity, particularly in the modern era of M41. Uprisings of the faithless across the Imperium remain a constant scourge, and it has been many millennia since the Emperor, after all, walked among men. And with each year that passes, doubts will creep into the mind of a small percentage of a population, as are traitor and Xenos incursions within hives and even upon shrine worlds. Governors and ruling noble families know that these must be promptly dealt with by local planetary defense forces, their regiments temporarily secluded
Yo, Erwindo, good to see you.
To ecclesiarchy control, but where such hostilities pose a significant threat, where the extent of the corruption...
Steelwolf! Let's see, think of it this way. If they become lenient even just a bit, the forces of chaos will exploit it. That's a risk you don't want to take in 40K. That much I understand, but it's just like... the bluntness of how a person can be accused of heresy and then killed because they don't want to take any chance at all. For Inquisitors, the cost of being wrong is a whole world sometimes. Yeah, I can get it. I can understand. I get it. I can understand.
Or the scale of control, but where such hostilities pose a significant threat, where the extent of the corruption or the scale of the invasion is beyond the ability of local garrisons to purge, this is where the Ministerium will deploy the Adeptus Sororitas, often combined with elements of Inquisition, to eradicate the enemies of the faith. They will move and act without hesitation or mercy. The Sisters of Battle will administer the full, unbridled wrath of the ecclesiarchy to the enemies of mankind and the Emperor, and it is by their hands which will exterminate the corrupt cabals of psychers, renegades, heretics, and mutants. The ecclesiarchy has never found itself short of methods for punishing heretical thought and action. The confessors of the Ministerium have refined 1,000 forms of torture and gruesome execution, from time-honoured methods such as burning at the stake, bone-crushing repentance wheels, to slow evisceration in the dreaded rat pits. Then of course we have archoflagellation, where during an agonizing process of physical modification and spiritual cleansing, the heretic's limbs will be pulled apart before being roughly refitted with cybernetic weaponry and subdermal stimulant pumps. Finally, they're fitted with a pacifier helm which is connected to their cerebral cortex. This will saturate their mind with sacred imagery and verses from blessed texts of the Imperial Creed. The sheer volume of sensory overload will render them unable to think for themselves, and they become suggestible to specific directions, allowing their priest handlers or inquisitors to direct them. They'll remain in this pacified vegetative state suppressed by their visions until battle, whereupon this overload of religious senses will be abruptly cut off, and their withdrawing crazed minds will quickly become agonized and enraged, and then are pumped full of chemicals, activating intensely painful ophthalmic goads that drive them in the direction of their enemy, as well as pain suppressors to render them immune to even life-threatening injuries.
This is a fate worse than death. This is horrible. You are tortured, subjected to forceful mutilation, and I dare say they probably don't put any anesthesia in you so you don't feel your own limbs being ripped apart. Retrofitted with like crude attachments, and then your mind is literally just pumped full of imagery and creeds of the Imperium until your brain literally can't handle it. And then, when you get cut off, you're thereby launched at an enemy because your mind is just overloaded that you are lashing out at the nearest thing or the first thing that comes across you. So they turn people into berserkers. They literally just turn people into berserkers. Religious berserkers. That's even worse. All they need, all they want is just to hear the words of the Emperor, and withdrawal from that just drives them insane. You know, granted they already are, but that's horrible. To think this is a fate that awaits hundreds upon thousands of people who get sent to the Inquisitorius. Wow. That sneeze is back. It's tempting me. I'm upset. I'm upset. This is the second time this sneeze is on the edge of my nose and then it completely subsides. I am upset. I'm actually upset that the sneeze won't come out. I'm actually upset. That is so annoying. That is so annoying. Okay. Let's see, and this is still the merciful stuff, so you know, this is considered the merciful stuff? Death is a mercy in this universe. Also, anesthesia is for the Emperor only. This is mild for the Inquisition? Oh, let's continue then. We're not even through the penitent engines.
They will either survive to be put back into a passive state or quite literally tear themselves apart by lashing against the enemy until they're nothing more than a gibbering bloody mess of writhing bone and flesh still attempting to thrash feebly at a likely already dead enemy. But why do I describe all this? We are talking about penitent engines, aren't we? So now imagine an arcoflagellant but turned up to 11, and you have a penitent engine. Because yes, of course, it should go without saying that for the Imperium, arcoflagellation is hardly the worst punishment. How could that be? For the heretic, to be an arcoflagellant is a mere trifle. For the true sinners against the Emperor and mankind, they are to be dragged to the darkest dungeons beneath the cathedrals of the ecclesiarchy, where they will be tortured. Their screams will echo through the ornate arched sanctuaries. For a penitent engine is not suitable for just those who made some glib infraction of ministerial law. These are reserved for the truly abominable sinners. This means that the role of a penitent pilot is often reserved for either members of the ecclesiarchy itself, or yes, even members of the sororitas. For those who receive the sentence of a penitent engine, they will be hardwired into its gigantic mechanical framework. Their cortex and mind will again be connected, sometimes as well via optical nerves, and these connectors enable the engine's torment amplifiers to be spliced with a sinner's synapses.
Hold on. I gotta roll this back because I was kind of looking at chat just a little bit. So no citizens of the Imperium know chaos exists. If you known chaos exists, so if you've known about them, there is no way you're innocent. That's why Inquisitors so extreme about it. There's only a few who survived challenging the Inquisition. I think my nose is kind of messing with me because I was cleaning the garage as well. That might be on me.
Members of the sororitas. For those who receive the sentence of a penitent engine, they will be hardwired into its gigantic mechanical framework. Their cortex and mind will again be connected, sometimes as well via optical nerves, and these connectors enable the engine's torment amplifiers to be spliced with a sinner's synapses. Chemical injectors will also be implanted into their spines, similarly to arcoflagellants. From here on, though, they will be enduring endless suffering. Their minds will suffer a saturation like that of the Arcos, but unlike they who were stripped of all thought to be deluged with spiritual visions, the penitents of the engines will be absolutely saturated with senses of physical pain and spiritual guilt. It is said that it is pain itself which drives the penitent engine's actuators and servos. It is a machine powered by pain and suffering. Penitent engines like the Arcos, though, will power toward an enemy, ignoring all danger, as they know that via death of their enemy and themselves, only then can they earn absolution. More disturbingly, though, than the fairly mindless Arcos, a penitent engine upon nearing an enemy will alter their chemical synaptic inputs so that the pilot will see their own face upon the enemy. Having spent so long racked with guilt and self-hate, they themselves, with fury and bitterness for their heresy, will thrash and burn through the enemy with a rage that could only be like that of white-hot metal. The arms of the engine are mounted with immense flamers to shower their foes with liquid-fueled promethium, sticking all over their enemy and burning with high intensity. Coupled with this, they're also equipped with huge circular buzzsaw blades, which can carve through even heavy armoured vehicles like tin cans. Penitent engines are rarely seen in battle unless they're accompanied also by the Sisters of Battle. And this is because the Sororitas consider it their sacred duty to bear witness to the great machines charging into the fires of combat. They believe it to be a valuable lesson for their souls to observe their fallen brothers and sisters as
Okay, I see trash people coming by. Rather die than be tied to that. I can understand. Hold on, let me do something here. Cause I wanna alleviate my phone a little bit. So let me go here. Pardon me. Let's see. I hear the trash people outside. Give me a sec. Here, and let me pull up. All right, cool. Okay. So I got chat up over on the side of my screen, but that's pretty much just a playback right now. Because I want to alleviate having my chat up here on my phone, mainly because I'm trying to focus on this, but also keeping an eye out for like the trash people as well. Like you can hear them beeping in the background, so I gotta head down and grab the can from downstairs. So if you'll allow me, I'll head down there. I'm gonna rewind this so that way I can hear the rest of everything that he's just said. So let me take care of that first. Priorities. Now, chat, subvert the stream while he's away! Okay, so that's the trash. Now I am just waiting on... Now I'm just waiting on the loose leaf pickup. Back to this.
Their enemy and burning with high intensity. Coupled with this, they're also equipped with huge circular buzzsaw blades, which can carve through even heavy armored vehicles like tin cans. Penitent engines are rarely seen in battle unless they're accompanied also by the Sisters of Battle. And this is because the sororitas consider it their sacred duty to bear witness to the great machines charging into the fires of combat. They believe it to be a valuable lesson for their souls to observe their fallen brothers and sisters as they atone for past sins, where every slain foe by a penitent engine's brutal juggernaut will only prove to them that this is truly a holy and righteous form of punishment. And then we also have the mortifiers.
Mortifiers and anchorites.
Mortifiers are a variation of penitent engine and reserved for the lowest, most hated form of sin committed, usually by the sororitas themselves, to flee from battle. A rare but exceptionally unforgivable crime in the eyes of their sisters and of course the Emperor. But even more specifically, this is usually reserved for that of the Repentia. Now, without going on a whole other tangent, Repentia are sisters who have already fallen from the good graces of the sisterhood and so are already attempting to prove themselves. They're bands of outcasts attempting to cleanse themselves of their sins in the fire of fury, adorned in little more than rags, carrying gigantic chainswords which they will charge across the battlefield with, only using the faith of the Emperor to protect them. The goal of all Repentia is to redeem themselves. Few achieve this goal and will usually die in battle, but for the few who have succeeded, they have often become faithful champions of the sororitas and even become revered by other sisters, for they are those who have been guided by the Emperor through their darkest time of weakness and back to the path of the light. Disturbingly, for this reason, some sororitas will even subject themselves to extremely harsh judgment in their actions, knowing that if they become Repentia, they may seek then the guidance of the Emperor themselves to prove their truest faith. So for these sisters who have already strayed off of the path of the faithful, to then also flee from battle is the most abhorrent and unforgivable sin, and their battle sisters will never allow such an individual to escape. If they are not killed outright, they may become interred as a mortifier. So simply put, a mortifier is a penitent engine turned up to 11. Mortifiers are very similar to penitent engines, but they have additional elements. Firstly, the neurological arrays will be amplified, and then metal stakes or rivets will be driven through the skeletal structure of the sister, pinning her into the mortifier framework or casket. This leaves her unable to move at all, and then a hood will be placed over her, designed to prevent any words of piety being heard by the sister. She does not deserve to even overhear them. Lastly, for any of those condemned who not only abandoned their sisters, but who actively betrayed them, perhaps even turned on them, these disgraceful individuals will also be entombed within a thick adamantine coffin. This sarcophagus is specifically designed so as to protect their tortured bodies from incoming fire and desperately swung blades. This is
real quick, him just describing what is done to the person inside of these things. No. It's not even like the cerebral stuff that's being done to you, but the part that got me is all like stakes, metallic stakes inserted into your skeletal structure. See, the thing about bones is they're not meant to have anything go through them. They're not meant to have anything go through them. So to have metal stakes purposefully inserted into pretty much multiple skeletal locations across your body, then you're entombed in this thing while you're being subjected to even worse cerebral stuff than the previous people we just seen, like the penitent engines, like the first version that we just saw, and you're stuck in there. Death is a mercy.
protect their tortured bodies from incoming fire and desperately swung blades. This is not unlike that of a dreadnought, except that very much unlike a dreadnought, this is not for their benefit. In fact, the opposite, for this sarcophagus's purpose is in denying them the release of death. These individuals are known as anchorites, and the sisters behind these lifeless masks of penance are forced to face their torment in complete and absolute darkness and isolation. They endure years, sometimes decades of mental and physical suffering before their final end. And mortifiers will be placed always on the front lines. They will be amplified into zealous rages of personal suffering and self-loathing. And unlike penitent engines, mortifiers will often stagger but still charge forward, but in a strange method of motion. This is caused by the continually acute bursts of anguish and pain being fed through the sister's body, leaving the machines to look as if they're on the verge of malfunction as they jitter and stagger with...
That's horrible! So you mean to tell me that this thing, if you ever see this thing walking around and it looks like it's not capable of walking straight, that's not a mechanical error? That's the person inside literally shaking and violently rocking the thing back and forth simply because they're in that much pain? And therefore this entire mech can't walk straight because of the mental and physical anguish of the person that is quote-unquote controlling it. So just merely watching these things walk across the battlefield and you just see them constantly jittering and shaking, that's one of these sisters just endlessly in pain and just shaking. That's a horrifying sight. Psychologically, that looks like something that will stick with someone's mind for a long time. I don't know about you, but seeing, just imagine you're a regular civilian. You hear about these things, but you don't fully comprehend what's going on. So you see them walk across the battlefield. Let's say you're an average civilian who has somehow managed to wander onto the battlefield, and you see one of these anchorites walking across the field, and you see it shaking violently over and over, and you're thinking like, did they fix that before they went out? Not knowing that it's literally a sister inside shaking violently because she's in pain and it's causing the mech to not walk straight at all. That's a horrible sight. That's a horrible thought. Keep going.
An enemy, which somehow makes them all the more terrifying as they look so bizarre. Fitted often with bolter weapons and flamethrowers, they will again shower the enemy with explosive rounds and promethium before throwing themselves into a mutilating frenzy against the enemy, a sight few would forget, as like the arco-flagellants, the mortifiers will thrash and beat and crush and tear their enemy like crazed horrors. Except that unlike the arcos, there is no release for the mortifiers. Their own aggression will not save them. For unlike penitents, mortifiers will very often survive for many more battles, and when they finally do become damaged enough to fall in battle, they will become overwhelmed with the all-consuming sense that there can be no redemption for them, and they know that only darkness and eternal suffering continues to await them. The Emperor will not redeem their soul, and this will send them into a last apocalyptic whirlwind of devastation. Usually bad news for any would-be enemies nearby. The penitent engines are rightfully regarded as one of the most appalling methods of punishment within the Imperium, for there is usually little chance of release, and unlike the Repentia or arco-flagellants, death will not come soon, and they will survive to endure. Their suffering exists both as a penance and as an example to those faithful followers of the Sororitas and the Ecclesiarchy, never to stumble in your duty, nor ever doubt your faith in the Emperor.
Is it wrong for is it wrong for me to say that anytime he says the flagellants, all I think is just flatulence? Is it wrong for me to think that? Is it wrong for me to think like he's just saying flatulence? I'm sorry. I'm a kid, I guess, but am I the only one who just hears flatulence? Now, going back to what Michael said, Also, don't forget, humanity isn't this cruel because they're evil. They're this cruel for the survival of mankind. See, I understand it. Due to just how grim-dark this entire universe is, this is what has allowed humanity to even survive this long. Because any sorts of, as you guys said, leniency would have caused way more harm than good. So, it's an unfortunate reality that this is what keeps the rest of humanity safe. As bad as it looks for us people here in the real world, this is what you would call a necessary evil. The hex rifle and the
weapons.
Hold on, the hex rifle and the plague of glass. I thought I heard something outside, but it's not them.
So far by the corrupt.
Sometimes it's super unnecessary. Oh no, there's a lot of times where it's super unnecessary. Hey, you about to die? Let's put you in this mech, pump you full of chemicals to keep your mind very, very active. Also subject you to some incredibly religious and sacred imagery so that you are literally brainwashed, and then we'll cut you off cold turkey, and then we'll have you just launch yourself at the nearest person because of the mental stimuli that you've been subjected to starts to subside or even increase. And then, if you survive, we'll put you back under until we do it again. For hundreds of years. Nah, I'm good. This is a good one? Okay. The hex rifle and the plague of glass.
And completely amoral beings known as the Dark Eldar. So for this episode, I've chosen from them really two things in one, for it is the weapon and the plague it contains which are both terrifying, wielded commonly by the so-called sculptors of reality, the homunculi coven known as the Hex. The homunculi of the Hex coven consider themselves as the greatest artisans of flesh. The materium itself is their canvas, and it is their goal and vision to produce awe-inspiring works. The Coven, since its inception, has specialized in the fabrication of curses, refined to the point where, in the eyes of primitive races, they are indistinguishable from magic. Some of the Coven's favorite curses really do border on the supernatural, unfathomable, and miraculous. The Hex have slaughtered entire species simply to allow themselves the possibility of obtaining the ingredients needed to craft such technomantic maladies. And so it would be that in M36, the Coven of the Hex would harness what will become known as the Plague of Glass. In this period, the Comorite Jalaxar would reveal some of his finest work, a series of unbelievably lifelike creations in black crystal. The material had an undoubtedly transparent quality though that some described as being glass-like. What captured the imaginations of those viewing his works were the impossibly haunting and realistic expressions of terror, agony, shock and despair. Rivals of Jalaxar would invade his laboratories that same evening, jealous and raging from his achievements, for they too sought the secrets of his mastery of this crystalline rendering, and they would destroy his labs, but therein also discover the terrible secret. For Jalaxar had managed to isolate a viral helix that turned living material into crystalline glass extremely rapidly, almost instantly. This was only discovered because his rivals had unwittingly smashed this during their break-in, and now the glass plague is rapidly spreading throughout the Dark Eldar city. It vitrifies thousands before the homunculi Coven of the Hex are able to bring it under control with a virus that they have determined will counter its effects. But this would not be the end of the story for the Glass Plague. The Dark Eldar quickly came to fear the Glass Plague, for it was one of the few weapons that also was able to deliver them a so-called true death, and that is one that they're unable to be repaired from, and this is something that they all fear more than anything else. They cannot be resurrected by the homunculi, and so they know what awaits them in the darkness of the void. Yet the potential of this as a weapon was not lost on the Drakari, and although greatly fearful of the Glass Plague, it is able to be weaponized into what will be known as a hex rifle. This is a long-barreled weapon firing tiny crystalline cylinders that contain a small quantity of this hex virus. It breaks on contact, and should this come into contact with the flesh of its victims, it will spread extremely rapidly, vitrifying the victim, turning them into a stationary crystalline statue. Now, albeit a useless weapon against...
That sounds like a Ratchet and Clank weapon. Or one of Gara's abilities from Warframe. The moment you are hit by this gun, you turn to glass. I don't think I like this world. When Drukhari fears something, you know that stuff is bad. The Imperium needs some Raven Bloods to nab that for the Emperor! A gun that turns you to glass.
Machine-kind vehicles or heavy sealed armored units, but still a terrifying weapon against the unprotected. It can be employed as a sniper round as well for eliminating high-value targets, for the contact of the glass plague means the absolute certainty of death. For the Covenants of the Hex, mastery and quick harnessing of the plague of glass released on that fateful day by the jealous invaders of the sculptor Fraud Jalaxar led to their invention of this rifle that continues to bear their name. Now, many millennia later, the Hex rifles remain the preferred weapon of many would-be Drukhari assassins, their ammunition both immensely feared but also visually despairing for those who would bear witness to those they value and honour being turned before their very eyes into transparent, tortured statues, their last moments of suffering captured in transmuted crystalline perfection. Many homunculi of the Hex Coven seek to attain godhood by bleeding their darkness into the fabric of reality, for it is they who believe that it is they themselves who shall transcend the mortal plane once it stands corrupted beyond all recognition. This insatiable desire for immortal darkness is what fuels their creativity within the art of the cursed craft, for with every new horror they refine, capture or bring into existence, they draw ever closer to the point they refer to as the nadir of their experience. For the Drukhari, this point stands as the polar opposite to that which we might define as the zenith of achievement. For them, it is the lowest, most depraved point that they could reach in their darkness. But for them, this is not seen as a negative, for they believe to achieve this position will enable them to step beyond that point of experience. And on the other side for them lies true immortality.
Shock attack gun. Yep, this is definitely orcs.
Now next up, always a favourite, and it's come up before, but because it is so spectacular, it must be included. The orc creation known as the shock attack gun. And like most orc weapons, it does what it says on the tin. It's a big gun and it's a hell of a shock, in more ways than one. Usually when it's accidentally tearing a hole in reality and the bearer and any nearby are then dragged into the void. The shock attack is a truly bizarre and amazing weapon of orc kind, both a triumph and disaster, in that orc mechs kind of know what they want to make and basically succeed, but probably you shouldn't stand too close to it, because it functions by focusing a narrow force field through warp space itself. How does it achieve this? The answer is yes. So the shock
Awesome. Family's here.
attack narrows this focus to achieve this, because it functions by focusing a narrow force field through warp space itself. How does it achieve this? The answer is yes.
That's the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to the orcs. How does it work? Yes. That doesn't explain how it works. It doesn't need to, but it works. How? Yes. That is literally all it takes. If a handful of orcs are like, hey, I think this thing can fly. Yeah, I think this thing can fly too. Yeah, I think this thing can fly also. And as soon as they all start thinking it can fly, suddenly the thing is levitating off the ground. Because orcs, as dumb as they can be, have literally the power to warp reality. And if more and more orcs start thinking the same way, the more likely it is to happen with greater intensity. An entire race where manipulating reality is easy for them, but they don't even know that they can do it. They just think stuff happens because it happens. If they were smart enough to realize the power that they could wield. I think this mech of ours, it can eliminate all the Tyranids in the galaxy. It could get rid of all the Drukhari. This is a gun that can obliterate the entirety of all the Imperium of mankind. If you get a handful of orcs that think that, the weapon will do it. That's busted, though. That's just straight up reality warping like that. That's busted, but let's go.
Force field through warp space itself. How does it achieve this? The answer is yes. So the shock attack...
Tony Orc built this in a cave! With a box of scraps! Tony Orc. That's his name, Tony Orc.
Narrows this focused beam through the warp, and then an entrance through this gateway will appear at the front of the weapon, the exit focused toward the target. In theory, anything could now be fired through this space, yet it is nearly always something living. Failures of this field as the living creatures are passing through are very common, leading to their inevitably horrible deaths. But the process of travel through is mind-wrenchingly horrifying.
For Tyranids versus Orcs, check out Octarius War. It's a bloodbath.
As those being sent through are essentially being projected through warp space, unshielded, open to the horrors of the warp. No orc, even a stupid orc, would want to travel this way. However, a squig and a snotling are far more likely candidates, as they hold only a very basic, near animalistic level of intelligence and are unlikely to understand the consequences of this process. But they will still be driven into mindless panicked rages during the process of being propelled through, even over a short space of the Immaterium with no protection. Nasher squigs are basically always angry as well, so this is only then ever intensified. As the Orc mech will attempt to aim the weapon, it's pretty hard to handle a gigantic gun, so the Orc mech will attempt to aim this at a distance at their tiny target. This means that very often the travelling, enraged snots and squigs, who are already very unhappy about this process, combined with the warp horrors, will burst out inside of enemy vehicles, or very often worse, inside of a target's armor, or even quite regularly being ported inside the living creature's own body, the snots and squigs materializing in a rabid frenzy immediately. They begin ripping, tearing through their victim from the inside out, or just generally lashing out at whatever until they're killed or die from ripping their own limbs and bodies apart in a mindless tantrum. Not to mention the snotlings being fired through this nightmare weapon are commonly said to materialize defecating uncontrollably, whilst also ripping and biting and shredding their way through whatever they find themselves in. This nightmare weapon in a mindless tantrum. Not to mention the snotlings being fired through this nightmare weapon are commonly said to materialize defecating uncontrollably, whilst also ripping and biting and shredding.
That's what I thought you said. Okay. That's what I thought you said. I had to do a double take like, wait, what? Excuse me? What did you just say? No, that's what I thought you said. That's what I thought you said. Okay.
Their way through whatever they find themselves in. So it is a fun time for anybody, yes, you, average Joe Guardsman, who might be unlucky enough to have a raging snotling ported inside of them. The consequences are going to be traumatizing for themselves, but more than likely also for everyone around them, having to witness a snotling and bunch of teeth-filled Nasher squigs bursting out of their best mate as they're all foaming at the mouth and generally shitting everywhere simultaneously. Unsurprisingly, if you're inside of a vehicle, the panic would be much the same. Havoc ensues as the crew attempt to either leave the vehicle or get the horrors out. It's usually such an appallingly chaotic situation that in a comical turn, the Imperium's most powerful pieces of battle hardware can become immobilized by a mere snotling and a couple of squigs. But as noted, it is hardly a reliable piece of equipment and very regularly malfunctions. It could simply fizzle upon firing, doing nothing but enrage the Orc mech, who will give it a good bash in try and get it working again. The gun might overload and literally spin out of the mech's hands, firing its targets off wherever, so that they appear back in reality hundreds of feet in the air and splatter back into the ground to the confusion of nearby enemy, or they may bear witness as the snutlings and squigs exit the portal funnel as if being filtered through some kind of shredder, so all that the receiving orc enemies will see is a shower of gore and viscera being poured over nearby brothers in arms. Unlikely to deal any real damage, but certainly psychologically confusing. Sometimes it's even been said that orc mechs will somehow fire themselves through the weapon in a bizarre malfunction to the amusement of nearby Gretchen. Any number of undocumented malfunctions can inevitably take place, but using a weapon that involves the warp being handled by an orc mech, you're best to just stay well out of the way, unless you want to experience untold and unpredictable horrors.
Mechanicus Torsion Cannon.
The Torsion Cannon is said to stand amongst the holiest of Mars's weapon technologies. Yet it does not have some grandiose backstory for me to tell you. It doesn't have a dramatic or sorrowful tale. It is simply another of the Adeptus Mechanicus's
Real quick, before we fully move away from the shock gun cannon, I really feel like this may be the most grisly gun that I've ever looked into, due to what happens to like the smaller orcs that get thrown through it.
Absolutely crazy full tale. It is simply another of the Adeptus Mechanicus's absolutely crazy but highly effective pieces of weaponry. As the name suggests, it is a cannon that uses gravitic torsion to quite literally distort, break, and tear apart its intended target with sheer force. The effect on machines is devastating. The effect on biological or even human targets, horrific. Imagine having your bones held by invisible vice-like locks, which then begin twisting in opposite directions until you break apart like a piece of dried wood, splintering and breaking in all directions. This is the effect of a torsion cannon. When energized, it sends out 3 synchronous Gauss fields that will then hold whichever sections of the target are focused in on a single point of space. Next, the sections of the cannon's barrels will turn counter to one another. The effect on the matter then grasped in the fields is that they will become mercilessly twisted, totally unable to resist the immense forces being placed.
No! Oh! Why do I have such a big imagination? No. Why do I have such a big imagination? Because as he's describing this, I'm just imagining that happen. So, if one hits you in the arm, and another hits you in another arm, and another one hits you either on your torso or your leg, and those rings that looks like they're on the cannon right there, they start spinning in a different direction, your arm will start twisting in that. Ah! Oh, no, 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 Don't like that. Don't like that at all. No, I'm good. I'll pass. Look, just take me to the Inquisitorius. Let me become a penitent engine instead. But no, just... No, just the thought of like, this my arm, okay? This my arm. I like it. I like it attached. I like it so that it can move as far as it is able without being uncomfortable. I know the limits of how my arm can twist. I am no contortionist. I'm no contortionist. But I can understand when my limb goes a certain way and it won't go any further. I'm not trying to push the limit and see if my limbs can go further than that. So a machine, a weapon that can do that to a target casually. Now it hurts. Big imagination? Sounds like heresy! So sue me. Servitor feel no pain most of the time. Servitors are lobotomized 100% of the time. Yee.
Place on them. The effect on the matter then grasped in the fields is that they will become mercilessly twisted, totally unable to resist the immense forces being placed on them, subjected to an impossible level of torque that few, if any, can withstand. The torsion cannon is not a weapon readily wielded by infantry due to this size. It's more suited for vehicles, or commonly it's used by the Cataphron breaches of the Mechanicus. These are heavily armoured battle servitors locked to the will of their tech priest masters. They will grind the rubble of conquered worlds beneath their tank-like treads, and Cataphrons are redoubtable foes who, being servitors, are not considered especially valuable, yet also obviously the tech they're equipped with is. So being essentially remote-controlled miniature tanks, they will use brute force to power their way through volley after volley of enemy firepower, their sole focus on whatever objective or destruction of enemy they're programmed with. The Cataphron are often seen using heavy arc rifles or the torsion cannon to then twist and reduce their prey into mangled ruins. The Cataphron are unstoppable, unrelenting, merciless, lobotomized parodies of human form. A servitor complement of even a single forge world will typically number in the tens of millions. Many were once wanted criminals, hard and intimidating persons from all aspects of imperial life. The guilty will be assessed by the Adeptus Arbites, who, should they find a transgressor of suitable physical size, that individual will be sent on as a candidate to the nearest forge world, usually not without escaping an extremely severe beating on the way out. Some may be given a second chance to serve mankind as one of its most faithful servants, but others simply processed. The first stage is always for a subject to have their mind wiped clean, chemically lobotomized, so that their personality and memories are purged to provide a blank slate, or theoretically, at least. Some may speculate this were not always successful, and that some servitors remain at least partially aware of their state of being, and the less that's thought about, the better. Next, the physical body will be processed. This usually means nearly always the arms being removed so as to be replaced with weapons or tools suited to their new role. For battle servitors, the subject will then also be halved at the abdomen and permanently cybernetically grafted into a tracked motive unit. The brain will be hardwired with targeting computers and voice box modifications to better sing binaric praise to the machine god. As with most servitor conversions, it is a harrowing and likely for many agonizing conversion process, but then no atonement should come without sacrifice. Cataphron breachers wielding torsion cannon are rightly feared as deadly battle servitors whose bulk sits many times the size and power of those used by the rest of the Imperium. They are brutally deadly at close quarters, quite literally geared for maximum lethality. Despite all their powerful weaponry and Mechanicus tech, some might argue that their most important and deadly component is the dark soul of the condemned, which can never truly be erased by any mind-wiping procedure. Is it this violent spirit that drives them forward with such reckless determination, or simply their binary programming of their tech priest masters? The Cataphron are terrifying in battle, especially to humankind, as they will breach walls and bunkers by sheer force alone, crushing into close quarters to engage their stunned and disorientated foes who, as the dust begins to clear, lay eyes on a true monstrosity. Heavily armoured, the breachers will open fire with the twisting, ripping fields of torsion cannons. As their foe inevitably scatters in disarray, the breachers accelerate, crashing into their enemy, crushed beneath their heavy tracks or cutting them into pieces with piston-driven talons and arc claws. The most feared weapon, though, must surely remain as the torsion cannon, for it is simultaneously highly advanced and yet also highly barbaric, twisting flesh and metal alike into broken, twisted ruin.
That's all of this is horrible, okay? All of it. So, boys, has he done deep dives into the Primarchs or the 18 Legions, the first Space Marine chapters yet? Nope. That'll probably be a separate stream in and of itself, so that way it can just be focused on the Primarchs and like the first chapters. So that'll probably be like a separate section all on its own. But man, soul in the machine, but the soul hates everything alive. Yee! Slime Marble! Not to be confused with smooth marbles.
Within the Imperium, there are of course many figures who through the fog of war ascend to a mythological status. The fabled Legion of the Damned spring to mind, but there are many more common individuals who through some act of faith or defiance become written into human legend. Figures like Colonel Bane, Ollie P, Gaunt, Celestine, Creed, the list goes on. Few though rise to the levels of idolatry as the man, the myth, the legend. the one-man army of the Imperium, Sly Marbo. Marbo is believed to be a real but highly clouded figure within the galaxy at this point. Some may even begin to question if he is real at all, or just some curious fabrication of Imperial propaganda to inspire the troops. Within the world of 40K, this could even be possible, although this is no more or less speculation than anything else that is known of Marbo, for his legendary battles and tales may for certain feature in some officers' reports, but far more commonly they are the passed along stories of a million guardsmen, and by the time these tales are to reach you, who knows how much has been altered, embellished, or plain exaggerated. For the purposes of Imperial honour, we must of course presume Marbo is a real figure of the Imperial Guard, unless we're told otherwise. And one thing we could be fairly sure of is that Marbo was originally a fighter for the Guard upon the notorious death world of Katashan, a planet within the Imperium which is a jungle world filled with extremely hazardous flora and fauna, and where the attrition rate of Imperial Guard patrols is continually disturbingly high. Few return from their first patrol, and those who do often bear the scars for it. Some even speculate that Katashan is a world that the Tyranid once seeded but never returned to, and the planetary life there is now extremely hostile and ferociously dangerous to humans. Yet, it is a necessary world for the Imperium to occupy, and so the Katashan Guard are a permanent station upon it. The origin of the Sly title is unknown. Were this just some Katashan tradition or given name, as
Real quick, that looks like the face of a person who's sly. That's a sly face if I ever saw one. You'll need several episodes for the Primarchs, that's how much lore there is on them. Same with their legions. Maybe I'll just read up on the Primarchs then if it's going to take that extra long. Katashan, Australia in space. Yeah, being on Katashan sucks. I get massive Rambo vibes when I'm looking at these dudes in the middle of the forest, like these guys. What level of bro force is this on? Tyranids came, they got eaten. Chaos came, they got eaten. So basically, being on Katashan is not a place you want to be on at all.
The Tyranid once seeded but never returned to, and the planetary life there is now extremely hostile and ferociously dangerous to humans. Yet, it is a necessary world for the Imperium to occupy, and so the Katashan Guard are a permanent station upon it. The origin of the Sly title is unknown. Were this just some Katashan tradition or given name, as with much of what is said about him, it remains speculation. Colonel Troutman, Marbo's original commanding officer, is the only figure said to know with any reasonable reliability the truth of his past. Marbo's fellow Katashans are well aware of his deadly skills in stealth and ambush technique. Many of his allies compare Marbo in size to that of a smallish orc, his bulk said to be near inhuman, yet also able to move completely invisibly through jungle terrain, defying all reasonable logic.
Once a Tyranid Carnifex bit Marbo in the leg, and after a long agonizing week, the Carnifex finally died. Was that a Chuck Norris joke? Was that a Chuck Norris joke? In the style of Marbo? Is Marbo essentially Chuck Norris mixed with Rambo? Is that who he is?
Eyes are said to be both cold and distant, having seen far too much of the horrors in the galaxy. In between missions, Marbo paints a figure of a broken man, silent and exuding a mixture of sadness and frustrated brooding, a hulking killing machine temporarily running low on power. The Katashan jungle fighters, as do now most Imperials, hold Sly Marbo with high regard. While working best alone, Marbo can help support teams of guardsmen taking on the role of an invisible sentinel, unseen but always watching their backs, exploding out of nowhere to eviscerate enemy wherever they encountered. For any guardsman, but especially the Katashan, such a legendary guard is considered truly an honour by those he has chosen to follow. Marbo is the perhaps truest form of a one-man army. He exists only to serve as the ultimate soldier and possesses skills that surpass many of the Imperium's highly trained operatives. As a Katashan, the jungle is his home territory, and so of course excels in jungle and guerrilla warfare.
Yo, Kitty, good to see you. Hope all has been well with you. Chuck Norris is real in 40K, and his name is Sly Marbo.
Among other things, Marbo is famous for his sniper skills and is generally considered to be one of the deadliest unmodified humans in existence. It is believed that Marbo was once one of 10 brothers inducted into the Kadashan 12th Regiment during fighting against the Orcs on the Forge World of Ryza, where during this conflict they were seen to be all killed. It's rumoured though that Marbo is one of these 10 brothers who would then return 2 weeks later carrying the head of an Orc war boss, a singular bullet hole clearly visible between the eyes of the greenskin. Some believe that it was at this engagement that Marbo's soul would harden to the emotionless killing machine he would become, the sole remaining brother of 10. He gained further renown upon the Drakari incursion of Galabad. Here a small garrison of jungle fighters were too few in number compared to the Xenos and were eventually overrun. Records detail long, dark nights of torture in which the Kadashan prisoners were dismembered whilst witches and mandrakes bathed in the blood of their victims. Colonel Troutman was said to have led the relief force that eventually found Sly Marbo, standing alone and armed only with a knife, covered from head to toe in alien blood, surrounded by ruined vehicles, mountains of alien bodies, and once again the head of the Dark Eldar leader impaled on a spike beside him. In the modern age, Imperial Guard speak of how Marbo has fought his way from one end of the galaxy to the other while being attached to various Kadashan regiments, most notably the famed Kadashan II. Within this regiment, he works alone, hunting down and slaughtering enemy leaders, breaking the back of enemy advances and sabotaging the mightiest of war machines. On Pardas, it is said that he destroyed an entire Tau armoured convoy by booby-trapping a ravine, while on Sask's world, he captured an enemy command post single-handed, slaying the Xenos with just his bare hands and the improvised use of a ration tin. It's even said that he has been known to hunt the alien species of Tyranids, specifically their infiltration lictors, for sport. Were all of this to be true and accounted for, Marbo should by all rights by now rival an Imperial.
Just when I thought Caiaphas Cain was like, what you mean this Joker hunting lictors for sport? You know lictors. The same creature, the same Tyranid I was facing that can turn invisible and stealth attack you? You mean to tell me this Joker was hunting them for sport? I almost died to one of those things in the game. And he's hunting them for sport? Who does Joker think he is? Dutch? From Predator?
Warmaster. He is again supposedly rumoured to have been awarded the Star of Terror multiple times for his legendary exploits. Whatever the truth is, Marbo cuts the figure of a man having seen too much hell and is surely not entirely sane at this point, which may well be worse in many ways for the enemies of mankind. Marbo is a true master of ambush and stealth. He blends into his surroundings, he covers all trace of his whereabouts so that his foes will never have any hope of preparing for when or where an attack is coming. As soon as he appears to carve through the enemy, then he will melt into the shadows, moving with precision and purpose to his next objective. His speed and focus will commonly throw the enemy into utter disarray as they frantically try to locate the killer in their midst, and in some situations so confused they may not even realise he has already departed, using the cover of confusion to evade an attack. Marbo's initial actions may not even be counted by an enemy until they discover how entire patrols are disappearing, supply depots destroyed, and command bunkers unresponsive, later discovered, of course, filled with corpses. Of the few surviving enemy able to voice their experiences, many describe how to fight Marbo is like fighting a shadow, barely seen, never heard, executing out of the dark recesses and instantly vanishing. Many struggle to even accept that these are the actions of a single individual and that surely more operatives were in play, and that this rumour of a single warrior are all part of the deception. Before we dive any deeper, I want to hit the tangent button and clarify that yes, as if it weren't entirely obvious, Marbo is one of those comical figures within 40K based in part on other fictional characters. Several of these exist within the verse of 40K, but the name of Sly Marbo should be wildly obvious as being an anagram of Rambo, Sly being the short version of Sylvester Stallone. Anybody who knows 40K is well aware of this. So I say it for those who are not versed in these things and may have been curious as if this were intentional. Also, something that often does get confused is people assuming that based just on this name, the figure of Marbo is meant to specifically be a 40K Rambo, which obviously he is, and especially when you factor in the attending Colonel Troutman, which is near enough the exact Colonel's name from the Rambo character. But Marbo is actually more of a composite character. His modern design bears very obviously a figure more similar to Schwarzenegger in the Predator Commando era, and his stance and weapon design is similar to that.
I just said this! I just said this! He was Dutch! I just said he was Dutch! Okay. Let's see, you should look up Yarick. The dude is over a century old, and one of the theories is because the orcs respect him. Search Kadashan Devil, you'll understand. Lictors can also do psychological warfare. Huh? What you mean, psychological warfare?
Of Snake Plissken in Escape from New York. However, his described personal character is very much that of Rambo in First Blood. So really Marbo is the distillation of the invincible one-man army trope of 80s action movies. In the context of 40K, that fits him like a glove. Marbo's legendary status has reached a point where it is actively punished by officers within the Imperial Guard who feel that the wild rumours about his abilities and achievements have become a distraction, even borderline heretical, so this is outlawed generally to speak about him. Others though contend that far from having unnatural powers that point towards something undesirable and questionable, Marbo is in fact perhaps some form of a living saint. Most commonly, living saints are seen as part of the militant wing of the ecclesiarchy within the Sisters of Battle, and so most living saints of the Imperium are seen in these angelic forms. However, this need not always be the case. There are seen to be plenty of male and female living saints, many as well in Imperial Guard. And you may well remember that in the case of Colonel Bane, his final actions fighting against Chaos were questionable. It seemed that Bane and his acid dogs should have perished in their final assault against Chaos, yet by some powerful light that was said to have protected and powered them, their final fate assumed dead and destroyed by the...
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know why my eyelids are getting heavy. This isn't boring. I don't know why my eyelids are getting heavy. It is only 1:19. I had a full night's rest. I don't know why my eyes are getting droopy. Y'all probably notice. If y'all haven't, y'all probably just been listening to Luetin this whole time, but man, I don't know what's going on. I had me a good breakfast and everything. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I don't know what happened.
Inquisition, but nothing is ever certain. Bane could still live, and this is very much the similar line of thinking when it comes to Marbo, having survived many encounters where he surely should have perished, even from his very initial engagement where Sly Marbo survived against the Orc Warboss and found himself, perhaps, imbued by the light of the Emperor. Is it possible
that blood pumping?
The death of his 9 brothers' sacrifice created a situation of such harrowing personal loss that it found the attention of the Emperor, and that Marbo is now the vessel for this, which is why he appears to be so unstoppable, so undeniable, so supernatural in his abilities? Who can say for sure? This is all wild speculation based on merely logical assumption than any concrete information, for we have little if any concrete information about the legendary figure of Sly Marbo. Marbo himself does not even carry an especially plentiful or extreme arsenal. His only weapons, a modified auto pistol known as the Ripper, a melter bomb for sabotage, and a gigantic venomed blade from his homeworld of Katashan, said to be coated with toxin and poison so that any who receive even a flesh wound, although it seems unlikely that anyone receiving just a flesh wound from Sly Marbo will die soon after by the neurotoxins. His adapted auto pistol, known as the Ripper, reportedly fires armor-piercing rounds, but the accuracy are also laced again with these venomous toxins, the idea being that if even one or several rounds enter an enemy who would in any other situation be unlikely to even notice they had been shot by such a small weapon like say an Orc Warboss, the toxins are not dissimilar to that of an Eversor assassin. They bring neurological death to their enemy in mere seconds, and these weapons though are not unique to Marbo. It's a favoured weapon by rogue traders and citizens living on death worlds where the native life is so extremely hostile it is a necessity, and where very often carrying a weapon large enough to kill the dangers out there is extremely impractical, so the more technical solution of a neurotoxin machine pistol is the default choice. But these weapons may also be part of what feeds into the mythology of Marbo, given that for any observers who are not aware, he appears to be a guardsman equipped with a relatively lightweight range of weaponry. Yet for those who understand the power of a weapon in the right hands, but that also can toxify blood and neural systems in seconds, it's obvious why these are extremely dangerous when used by an expert like Sly Marbo. In many respects, Marbo exists as something like an Imperial assassin in human form, an unstoppable killing machine destroying anything in his path to complete his objective, moving on forever to the next target. For the Imperial Guard though, the mythology of Sly Marbo is far more valuable than any practical achievements attributed to his name. Even a wild rumour that Marbo may be present on a battlefield can be enough to rally broken regiments and even turn the tide of battle. As some Imperial officers and commanders are reported to have said, Marbo is unconventional, borderline heretical, he's a deadly living weapon who butchers Xenos and heretic alike, yet breaks guard regulations at will, answering truly only to himself. But were it not for Marbo, entire war efforts may have been lost, leaving many an Imperial officer considering that as problematic a character as Marbo is, better that he is on the side of the Imperium and leave well enough alone.
Okay. So, we got Caiaphas Cain, a dude that manages to get through every situation through basically just by being normal, with a mindset of like, I really don't want to die, and he succeeds. Now, we got Sly Marbo, who's essentially Rambo mixed with Chuck Norris. How many people do we have that could be considered not a Space Marine and normal in this world at all? How many? How many do we have? That's 2 so far that I'm learning of. And mind you, this is supposed to be a video about the most insane and powerful weapons. And this is a person. This is a person. That's how dangerous this guy is. Okay. All right. The thing about humanity is they are lunatics. Cain, Gaunt, Yarick, the 3 great commissars. Huh. Boy, I can't tell you, and I'm not saying boy to y'all, but I'm just saying, I can't wait to play Dark Tide next month. Dark Tide! I can't wait to mess with that. Very few, even the women, are insane at times. See Lotara Saren. Huh, interesting. Let's see. The absence of faith is the mark of the weak. The absence of faith is the mark of the heretic. The absence of faith is the mark of damnation. Sister Ephrael Stern.
So now I just want to talk briefly
I couldn't
about
even take
Audible
myself
and
seriously
why it's
doing
an
all of that.
excellent service for you to consider getting involved in. As always, I've included some of your comments about why you guys choose to use Audible. Audible is consistently the best value when it comes to audiobooks, and that's more important for people these days than ever. Also,
let me see. The other living weapon of the Imperium, Sister Stern. Sister Stern, could you go ahead and collect the offering from the rest of the congregation, if you please? And then she just walks, and everyone just... No one touches the offering plate. I'm talking about black churches right now. No one passes over or just merely touches the offering plate. They put something in it. Money, pocket change, credit cards, debit cards, social security numbers, bank account info, 401k information. Anyway, got a dip. All right, Mike Close, it was good seeing you here. Can't wait to see you in the next thing I do that's Warhammer 40K related. Also, concerning Warhammer 40K, Space Marine 2 recently had an update, which brings the Neo Volkite pistol to the game. And it seems like it's only specific to the Assault, the Vanguard, and the Bulwark, which means that my sniper class that I'm currently using right now, and there's also an XP event that's going on so that you get even more XP. So my sniper class should be fully leveled. Once I get done after this whole session is over, I'm going to be playing some Warhammer 40K just to level up my sniper. Then I'm going to go back through the other classes and start to level those up as well. But I was kind of hoping that the Neo Volkite pistol would be something I could use on my sniper class, but no, it's only just specific for those, it was just specific for those three classes, Assault, Vanguard, and Bulwark, so maybe I'll mess with Assault just to see how the pistol is, but we'll see. But overall, yeah.
So, with that in mind, Audible recently released their new plan, Audible Plus, and this is all about giving members a chance to listen to and explore different formats, discover new favourites, classics, or things you've maybe never even considered before. Within Audible, as you can see, you can easily narrow what's available within the Plus category or search within specific themes and genres. The other option is Audible Premium, and that actually remains the standard price as per before, and within that you get 1 credit per month for an audiobook of your choice, and if that's a 40k audiobook, you're looking at often 10 hours or more of content, but then you also get access to the whole Audible Plus range and all the other benefits that come with Audible. We are of course continuing on this month with the Audiobook Club, and the title selected is the classic Horus Heresy tale, Flight of the Eisenstein. I've always said that you can listen to the Heresy audiobooks in any order. If you want to listen to them obviously in chronological order, that works too. But I think there's no issue with listening to this one. If you haven't heard the others, I think so long as you have a grounding in 40k, it will make sense. And it is an amazing story, but one that I've not listened to for some time, so I'm looking forward greatly to going through it once again. Now, if you're not a member with Audible already, this is a great opportunity to trial it and use the free audiobook offer. Remembering, you need to choose the Premium Plus option for the free audiobook offer. Eisenstein is a longer audiobook than our last at around 11 hours, and I announced this a little while ago on my community tab, but if you missed that, you still have about 10 days to cram it in. 2 good hobby sessions will get it covered. Then on the last day of this month, which is the 28th, I'll arrange a live stream. Details again will follow on my community tab and social media. You can then join me where we will discuss this audiobook live. Last time,
let me see. I mean, it's a pistol. It's not a long-range weapon. I know. It's just that I would have liked to have it as like a sidearm just to test it out. But you guys are saying that it's lore accurate. Volkite pistol is short range. The SM2 devs keep it accurate to the tabletop. So I imagine those classes are the only ones that can really use a Volkite pistol like that. So, yeah, I understand it. I would have liked for it to have been on the sniper class, but then again, this is a game where they're trying to be as authentic to the brand as possible. So my needs are way beneath, things being lore accurate. Because even if they manage to put it on a sniper, it probably wouldn't have gone well with Warhammer 40K fans because some of them would have said, snipers don't use this weapon, so why are you allowing this for every single class? That's the reason why not every class can use every single type of weapon. Only a specific class can share certain weapons with another class, because that's how it works on the tabletop. So I understand. This also just encourages me to try out other classes so I can try out this pistol. And apparently people are kind of having a little bit of fun with this pistol because they're trying to, you know, cross the beams, Ghostbuster style with this thing. And apparently this thing is doing some really good damage against some Tyranids, including Carnifexes, because with the Neo Volkite pistol, it's basically a laser pistol where it just shoots out a beam until it stops and then the impact area explodes. So if you get like 3 people using this weapon all at once, that's a large amount of accumulative damage. I'm just saying. If you get 3 people using this all at once on one target. But yeah.
This was greatly successful, and yes, I will aim to try and bring you guys a version of it to YouTube soon for any who missed out. You can get involved today by starting your 30-day Audible trial with Premium Plus, and this gets you the free audiobooks.
This is going to be what I do from now on.
To thousands of originals, audiobooks, and podcasts. Visit Audible.
Window Dark Tide comes out in December for PlayStation 5. I know. I think either Nico told me, but that was way back when it first got announced, like earlier this month. So yeah, I know. That's the reason why I was saying like I was excited for Dark Tide next month. Let's see. I still want the Vanguard to have a heavy pistol. Hope they introduce the Muritat as a class in that regard. Horus Heresy character role of a dude with a jetpack and dual pistols. Bruh, just give me Calgar's wrist-mounted pistols. Let me just go in guns blazing with dual pistols. Please, let me do that. I love dual wielding.
.com/Luetin, or for those in the US, text Luetin to 500 500. As always, a huge thanks to all of you for supporting me here on the channel, and as always, I'll see you in the next one.
But yeah, this is what I'm going to be doing from now on. If I get sleepy, I'm going to pick this thing up and I'm just going to start lifting. Because that'll get the blood plumping. That'll get the blood pumping. So that way, I am twice as awake. Because like you guys said, this does seem like the type of video to watch if I want to get some sleep and just have it lull me to sleep. Yeah. But for now, you guys need me awake. But that was Most Insane and Powerful Weapons Part 4. Part 3. Onwards to Part 4. And I don't think there's any more parts after this. I think he just went up to just like 4 parts, and this one is almost an hour long. And Fruity and Slip, JW, you have no idea how many of them I have on a regular basis. You have no idea. Like one time I said Black Panther instead of Black Panther. Black Panther. I have so many Freudian slips. It's like and people don't keep count, but they remind me of it. But yeah, and I think since these videos are like what 3 years ago, I think we can kind of skip over the audible sections of this and just move into the intros. Since these videos are so old. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Every one of us is a soldier fighting in the Emperor's name, from the inductee cadet learning to field strip their laser gun, to the most accomplished chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes. All of us must fight, or all of us shall die. Fundaments of service. Verse 1. We still have Inceptors with dual heavy bolter. Yeah, Inceptors are basically Rubute Gilliman going, "Hey, Corville, Corax, I like that. Can I borrow your homework real quick?" Insane Weapons of the 40K Galaxy, Part 4.
So, to my astonishment, it has been some 6 months now since we last explored the insanity of weaponry in the 41st millennium. The nightmarish conditions perpetuated often by humanity itself necessitate an arms race that has peaked at weapons capable of scouring entire planets or liquefying individuals from the inside out. All the while, more discreet tools of elimination or designs of one's enemy quite literally burrow themselves insidiously into the bowels of society before breaking out and consuming entire sectors in foul heresy. As I've often noted, it is through these processes of society
I need to get some water as well,
which seemingly result in far more devastating consequences than any individual conflict, or for that matter, struggles over singular worlds. But none of that today. I'm keeping the philosophy shut, and we're looking at cold, brutal hardware for the most part. But
didn't we just watch this trailer? We just watched this trailer of one of these big
all of your support
big
here
old
on the
mechs.
channel. With every like and comment on videos, you repeat watchers, people using the videos as sleep aids, and all who contribute good suggestions for new episodes, weapon discussions and their devastating means of annihilation, and I endeavour of course to share my thoughts and wider attachments within that framing. So it's thanks to all of you. As I've often said, every interaction helps the channel, and as always, the better a video does, the more I'll make. So let's once again talk weapons. If your favourite selection of insane weaponry or planetary crushing devices is not featured in this episode, we inevitably continue onward. So do tell me what you want to see next time and why below, but for now we continue our journey of consideration towards the insane and outlandish tools of destruction in the 41st millennium.
Leviathan
So to begin with, it
Dreadnoughts!
seemed a decent idea to continue on with another example of the relic tools of the Imperial.
Everything okay? You keep looking back. Yes, everything's fine. I'm just keeping an eye out for the loose leaf pickup for my neighborhood, because we got a lot of leaves out in the front yard, and I tend to, last time I did this, I helped push some leaves out to them because they can't go all the way up into your yard in order to get it. So I'm looking out for them just in case they stop by, so that way I can go out there and just shove the leaves towards them so they can get all of the leaves and none are left behind. So that's the reason why I keep looking back. Anytime I hear a sound that sounds deeper than your classic flatbed truck, I'm looking to see if that big leaf truck is coming through the neighborhood. So everything's fine. Everything is fine. I'm just keeping an ear out, listening for them. But yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Trust me, if things weren't fine, I would not be streaming, and I would be handling it myself. So everything is peachy keen. If I'm streaming, everything is fine.
But which were created in the later period of the heresy. Now, in keeping with this series, Leviathan Dreadnoughts are standard dreadnoughts if you like, but essentially they're turned up to 11. More resilient armor, more powerful weapons. And as I noted in the video discussing Relic Terminators, these were steadily evolving during the Crusade, and the same could be said for Space Marine Dreadnoughts. Dreadnoughts were conceptualized as a way to preserve and maintain some of the greatest Astartes warriors who had fallen in battle but remained alive, just having suffered injuries to such an extreme they would be certain to die otherwise. The solution was to inter them within a dreadnought sarcophagus, essentially an armoured coffin providing advanced life support systems that would artificially preserve an Astartes life. These sarcophagi would then be placed within the exoframe of a dreadnought, a hulking bipedal war machine of truly devastating power, armed with generally multiple heavy weapon systems, thus enabling the greatest warriors of the Emperor to continue on fighting beyond what would have otherwise been their death, because only in death does duty end. Dreadnoughts are not necessarily a common sight on a battlefield, because like most chapter relics, they are held securely within an Astartes chapter fortress monastery, or whatever their equivalent is, i.e. a fleet-borne force. Dreadnoughts are also generally kept in an ongoing period of stasis, and that is to say suspended animation. They're only woken from their sleep when threats facing the Imperium are at the most severe, and this presents the strange and jarring situation of a dreadnought being awoken potentially millennia after their last engagement, and to find their chapter having changed significantly, or at least those they may have been familiar with and fought alongside now.
All right, I'm back. Had my family let me know. They're going to keep an eye out so that just in case the loose leaf pickup comes by, just in case there's, because these are some very good headphones, sometimes bordering on noise canceling. So just in case I miss it, they'll let me know when it gets here so that way I can take care of what I need to take care of. I know I'm just covering my bases right now since I want to focus on this for you guys. Let's see. Dreadnoughts are very cute. They like the big brother of the chapter. It's like going into a 100-year coma a 100-year coma every 2 years. Then you're woken up, told to wreak devastation while you're still half asleep and don't know what's going on. That's basically a dreadnought, basically. That's basically a 4-year-old kid that likes to break stuff. That's basically a 4-year-old kid with a penchant for destruction. There is literally no difference, except one of these individuals has high-tech weaponry. Sometimes they woke you up just to ask for the Wi-Fi password. See? What did I tell you? Kid. It's basically a kid. Wake up! It's time to destroy stuff.
5 more minutes. I just need 5 more minutes.
There's heretics. Where?
Have disappeared. Similarly, it can be strange and enlightening for new Astartes, or even say Primaris, to find themselves conversing with an ancient marine who perhaps walked alongside the Emperor in the earliest days of the Imperium and Crusade. The specifically exact origin of dreadnoughts is generally unknown, although it is suggested that, like so many things, predictably they came out of the Dark Age of technology, or at least the initial tech required. It's not exactly surprising for that to be the case, since you could arguably say that about most human tech post-Age of Strife.
Accurate. Nailed it. Now imagine a destructive kid and a Leviathan.
You're in danger!
Essentially that.
Dreadnoughts were reportedly able to be controlled by non-Astartes around the turn of the Age of Strife and Unification Wars, but once the Crusade began, the focus was on Astartes, and of course they benefited from the neural interface plugs throughout their bodies, enabling them to more directly connect with their armoured suits to move them around more intuitively. The ancient proto-dreadnoughts of eras past were likely more akin to an exosuit of sorts, perhaps for warriors who had similarly suffered terrible injuries and maybe used some kind of experimental mind impulse devices like that of later dreadnoughts and knights, or perhaps it was far more basic and literally controlled physically, as you might see with a more basic exosuit for loading of equipment, industry, that sort of thing. Either way, as soon as the focus was on dreadnoughts,
Ooh, I like these. I like blueprints and descriptions on blueprints. Shoulder block, rotary actuators, main drives, leg extension, multi-terrain locomotion units, pilot implanted into dreadnought by nerve bundles, combustion fuel manifold exhaust, another shoulder block, lays cannon.
for the Astartes, they were quickly developed to maximize the balance of.
Let's see, there's a story where a dreadnought got woken up in the middle of the Horus Heresy and was forced to fight without them knowing anything. kind of crazy how that's a lot of different armies in the world now, forced to fight without knowing anything at all. But this isn't a talk about real world armies. We're talking about the Grimdark, and let's keep it that way. Contemptor dreadnoughts, still the best for me. They're taller, can run, generate force fields, and can use jump packs. I don't know. I just feel like gigantic, Megazord-sized mechs that can just run. Y'all, who grew up watching who grew up watching Godzilla films? And it wasn't until we got the newer Legend Godzilla films where we got a Godzilla who could run, just start sprinting. And then we got Pacific Rim, where the concept of, running can, yo, Kitty! Gotta go, have fun. Thank you, Kitty, thank you. Hold on, I gotta do this for Kitty. Thank you. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you. Let me go ahead and haunt that as well. Hold on. Thank you, Kitty, for the super chat. It's like watching Pacific Rim and you see them running, like you don't want that thing running after you. Of course, the way Jaeger started to behave in the second Pacific Rim movie, that kind of made them look worse and less believable. So, but you don't want anything giant and huge sprinting towards you. That's like Jason in the remake for Friday the 13th, him starting to run after people. No, you're breaking the rules. Why are you sprinting? You're supposed to be walking. Stop sprinting, sir. Stop sprinting, sir. It's like that. Nah, I'm good on giant mechs. I keep interrupting, I know, but I just wanted to say my 2 cents. That's how you do transformative reactions.
Survival and lethality, although again similarly to Terminator armor, constraints were placed around what could have been a superlative development as a result of the heresy. When it comes to dreadnoughts, it's important to remember the difference between a dreadnought pattern and a variant. A pattern is the specific model of a dreadnought, and these can vary wildly in terms of their power, size. Most significant usually are their visual differences. A variant of a dreadnought, though, tends to be primarily their loadout, and this may be specific to the Marine interred. This is the weapons they're armed with, and although it can have other specialised details applied, the goal is to designate specific tools for an Astartes in their dreadnought to be most effective in whatever situation they're being deployed to. Other examples may be Librarian dreadnoughts, Chaplain dreadnoughts, obviously optimised for their psycho abilities or whatever needs the Astartes entombed within requires. There are a huge amount of variations, and I'll look to discuss some of that later. But before we get to the Leviathans, I'll just run through the patterns of dreadnought in brief. Now, the most common and recognisable is the Castaferum dreadnought. This is what you'll see throughout the Imperium in M41, and this is the very well-known boxy tank dreadnought. It has several different versions of pattern, and these are equivalent to the altering Mark advancements of Space Marine armour. Some of these can be known as venerable dreadnoughts, but they're essentially still the Castaferum pattern, but just visually a little different. They are also known to be less reliable than modern Castaferum dreadnoughts, and likely this is due to their extended age, and so for Space Marine chapters they require significant maintenance and resources. But dreadnoughts can still be constructed in the modern 41st millennium of the Imperium, but as with tech like the Volkite, it's difficult and only able to be carried out by a few specific individuals on Forge Worlds. We then have the considerably rare Contemptor and Dorito dreadnoughts. Both of these are examples of advanced dreadnoughts originating from the Heresy itself. Both were more powerful and functionally advanced comparative to the more standard Castaferum, but these patterns are still highly advanced even in the 41st millennium and extremely prized by any chapters who still maintain them. It's believed these dreadnoughts are no longer capable of being constructed.
Instinctively, I keep hearing like this hum from outside because I got my window open, so I'm just instinctively turning around. I'm sorry. Even though I asked my family to do that, muscle memory.
Constructed due to those who still maintain them. It's believed these dreadnoughts are no longer capable of being constructed due to their advanced systems, such as their energy shielding. For the Dorito, this was their Atomantic Pervase energy shield and the Contemptor's Atomantic field generator. These are almost mythical pieces of tech now, barely if at all understood. The Contemptor was a more standard battle line dreadnought fitted with an array of weaponry, whereas the Dorito fulfilled a role of heavy weapons support fire. The two patterns share much in common, but each optimized for their specific battlefield role. The Contemptor being more mobile and wielding closer quarter weaponry, the Dorito focused on stability and holding a power plant capable of driving devastating weapons like Volkite and autocannon batteries and the terrifying plasma cannonade. It was also able to be mounted with several options of long-range missile ordnance. And while all of these patterns were impressive in their own right, they were all lesser to the ultimate technological dreadnought development, Leviathan dreadnoughts. Leviathans were especially unusual compared to other dreadnoughts, as they were designed and created not on the home planet of the Mechanicus, then still the Mechanicum, or one of its forge worlds, but on Terra itself. Within the Mechanicum, the development of such a piece of technology outside the realm of their control was unsurprisingly not received well. In fact, the Mechanicum believed that the Leviathan dreadnoughts were being designed specifically with the potential to overpower their wetware robots at some unknown future juncture. And given the Emperor's penchant for maintaining absolute control over his plans at any cost, this seems like a conflict that would have inevitably happened along the way were it not for the heresy.
So, here's something that I don't really hear get brought up often. Hold on, what is that? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know I had that option. Here's something that I don't really hear get brought up. Does any of this stuff that gets made have an actual cost? Has that ever been stated? Because I don't think I've heard anyone say like the cost of making this dreadnought or a battle barge, like a monetary cost. Has that ever been brought up at all? I am so used to so much media telling people it costs millions of dollars or billions of credits in the Star Wars universe, or just like stuff, monetary cost. But has it ever been stated in Warhammer the financial cost for stuff to be made? As in monetary or resources? Monetary. That's my thing. That's never been something that I heard over the course of me looking into anything Warhammer 40K related. I have never heard anyone say anything about this is how much it costs. Like, is there money in this Imperium? Like Imperium dollars? Emperor dollars? Emperor bucks? Is there anything like that in this world? Because I haven't heard that get brought up at all. Especially when it comes to talking about Imperium created stuff. Resources I can understand. Like, they describe how much it takes, how much resources it takes to make this stuff. But the financial cost for all of this, has that ever been mentioned at all? Because I'm hearing about all these mechs and dreadnoughts and these guns and all these ships and different weapons being made and created constantly, but is there like a cost? Like how is there a budget in the world of Warhammer 40K? Like, we can't make any more of these dreadnoughts because we're running low on funds. The word funds, I don't think has ever been mentioned. Imperium is technically under permanent martial law, so money is not an issue. Money in 40K is called throne permanent war economy. So since it's in martial law, literally anything can be made because it's not really a matter of like, oh, we don't have the money to do this. It's just that we have the money. It's just that not something we need to bring up because we're constantly at war. Therefore, every bit of finances that's ever made, it just goes to the war effort. Is that how I'm seeing it? Am I seeing this right? That's how it is? There's no concern of money because the only concern is war. If that's the case, then, hey, I'll shut up about it. But I just thought that I never heard anything money related in this world. Each planet has their own economy. Part of that is tithing a portion of whatever they generate to the Imperium. money matters a lot, but more on a local scale, resources matter on a galactic scale. So it's far more important to be concerned about resources than it is about than about planetary finances. Thank you, Beta. Okay. All right. I get it. It's not a major concern. It's a thing that exists, but the only thing that is of massive concern is resources to create more war engines and weapons and things that can allow the Imperium to exact their reach across all the galaxy, and that's pretty much all that matters. Okay. I just thought I'd ask, because during the entirety of me getting into Warhammer 40K, money has never been something that popped up, not even once. And I find that surprising. I found that surprising, so I thought I'd ask. Thank you. Let's keep going. We're not even done with the Leviathan Dreadnoughts. Each planet ties 5 to 25% of their GDP on average. Well, there are servitors in this universe which are human-machine indentured servants, so it's safe to assume that not everyone is paid fairly for building these mechanical monstrosities. See, that I can get. I can see that. Let's keep going.
The Leviathan Dreadnought itself was an adapted upgrade of the Contemptor Dreadnoughts, essentially scaled up and overpowered. It's rumoured, and given its origin of terror, that the Emperor was involved directly with its design. This seems considerably plausible. However, because of its size and extremely advanced technology, it's said that the construction of a single Leviathan can be equivalent to an Imperial Knight, and even before the heresy, this pattern was only available in very limited numbers. Dreadnoughts in general, as powerful as they are, with their heavy armour and massive firepower, are weakened most by their pilots. Space Marines interred within a dreadnought have often suffered catastrophic injuries, and may be no more than a torso and head floating around in a fluid-suspended sarcophagus meshed with neural sensory fibre bundles that allow them to control these heavy walkers. This abrupt change in sense and lifestyle, though, can be extremely difficult even for a Space Marine. Many have trouble adapting to their newly confined lives, and it's even been reported that among some chapters they have actively resisted the possibility of being placed within a dreadnought. For there are some who see it as something akin to an intolerable life sentence of a punishment. If serving as a Space Marine is seen as a massive sacrifice in terms of the loss of one's humanity, personal relationships, family, to a degree, empathy, then becoming a dreadnought is the doubling down of this in service to the Emperor. Marines placed in dreadnoughts will literally only know war from here on and little else. They will fight only in battle after battle, never sharing the wit and contemplations of regular Astartes. Their only opportunities to converse with others may be in the brief periods of repair and maintenance with their Tech Marine brothers and Mechanicus priests, or the short period of briefing and pre-deployment into an active battle zone. All of these challenges can be extremely mentally taxing, and some Marines will endure this change better than others, but for others it can lead to them becoming extremely unstable. Sometimes this can be tempered by allowing them to serve within a section of their chapter most befitting their former fighting style, and often their dreadnought will then be equipped with weaponry that most suited their former lives, thereby helping reduce the stress on the occupant. Within a Leviathan dreadnought, the sheer power and stresses on both the machinery and the pilot were considerably greater than that of lesser dreadnoughts, and this led to a much higher degree of pilot burnout, burning twice as bright but half as long, you might want to quote. In the aftermath of the heresy, the already rare Leviathans were almost unheard of to be maintained by traitor legions, although it's very possible some still exist. The Loyalists had continued access to Terra, and so were able to secure the new sliver of Leviathan dreadnoughts being able to be produced. And for those which were created, they were truly awesome.
Volkite pistol?
Power,
is that a Volkite pistol?
Over other dreadnoughts
that looks like a Volkite pistol.
Battlefield.
Neo
Their size
Volkite
is something that has to be seen to be believed, and their arsenal of weaponry is formidable, with some being used exclusively by the Leviathan. Where the Contemptor dreadnoughts use atomantic shielding, the Leviathans use a more powerful, reinforced atomic barrier. Both of these shielding types can result in a powerful shockwave should one of these massive war machines fall in battle. The Leviathan is always believed to have been primarily used for siege assaults, hence its massive defensive capability coupled with heavy firepower. It's sacrificing movement, of course, for having to carry such a heavy load, although despite this, it's still relatively fast moving considering its huge bulk. Leviathans will either use a siege claw or drill as a melee tool, both being quite horrific as it is essentially an oversized advanced version of a power claw, something rarely seen in Astartes post-heresy. The alternative siege drill is pretty self-explanatory, featuring 3 large cutting heads. It can chew through armour and rockcrete comfortably. Anything of flesh matter barely is worthy of consideration, as they'll be chewed and torn to pieces by the huge rotating cutting tools, twisting their enemies apart. Beyond these melee options, Leviathans
See, only professionals can tell the difference between a regular Neo-Volkite pistol and a Volkite Serpensa, to be exact. Yeah, you can tell. See, you can tell I'm a newbie to this Neo-Volkite pistol because I saw it in the game and I heard about it. But you have to, professionals are like, no. To be exact, it is a Volkite Serpensa. So, to be exact. Horus Heresy era equivalent. Professionals, you guys, it just baffles me just how much you guys know and how versed you guys are. Like I told you, I'm still getting into this universe. You guys have years of experience on me. Thank you, senseis. Thank you, every single one of you.
Usually are mounted with 3 hunter-killer missiles for targeting enemy armor at extreme range. They can then be also fitted with any combination of 3 arm-mounted weapons, the Grav Flux Bombard, Cyclonic Melter Lance and Storm Cannon array. These can be paired or fitted individually. They're likely weapons you've not heard of before, simply for the fact they're exclusively used by Leviathan dreadnoughts. But I must though preface the descriptions of these weapons with a frustrating reality check, so to speak. Sometimes, but not often, the tabletop game and the lore converge, and this usually occurs when something like the weapons of the Leviathan have a little background material describing their functionality or history. So instead, you end up having to rationalize and place their power on a scale of their effectiveness and comparison within the tabletop itself. And the reason why I feel it's fine to ignore this is because, as I've often said, at best things are incredibly vague within the verse of 40k, and one account may not support another. Beyond that, the tabletop game very regularly bears little resemblance to the scale or power of weapons and units within the lore itself, because if it were to do so, some fights would be just ridiculous and any sense of balancing would be even less of a thing than it is already. Anyway, my point is, when all you have to go on are basically stats, it's probably more interesting to default to the option of choice. And what I mean by that is that specifically between the 8th and 9th editions of Warhammer 40,000, Leviathan Dreadnought weapons received something of a nerf, mainly the Storm Cannon array, which even had its name nerfed and is now just called the Storm Cannon, which kind of sucks. Now what I'll do is blend the 2 changes together and you can decide for yourself which is the more awesome version. Should be pretty clear, by the way. Now the Storm Cannon array is and was a truly insane weapon. Its firepower is essentially comparable to a Primaris Suppressor's Accelerator autocannon, except instead of 1, each array is made of 4 barrels combined, quadrupling the fire rate of what is in the modern era a fairly slow firing weapon used only by Primaris. And to be absolutely clear, the Leviathan Storm Cannon is not the same weapon. It's just in terms that of its damage, the Accelerator is the most comparable modern equivalent. It also operates at half the range of the Accelerator autocannon. So then, imagine if your Leviathan Dreadnought were to wield 2 of these horrifying quad storm cannons, and they're now truly living up to their name as unleashing a devastating storm of firepower upon their enemies. Or at least they were, because now, according to stats, let's say in fiction most recent reports, the Storm Cannon is only comparable to, say, a twin Iron Hail autocannon, which to me seems a little sad when you consider that the Storm Cannon is far bigger, has 4 barrels, and is a weapon from a glorious period in the Imperium's history just prior to the heresy, almost a Imperium technological zenith, and potentially
4 times
even
the
worked on
Daka,
by the
you know.
Emperor. But yes, it's supposedly now comparable to a weapon wielded by the legendary Primaris Baby Cradle, which for me just leaves something of a sour taste. Anyway, that's my bitter resentment aside, it's why lore and tabletop are rarely friends, the 2 things do not often align well. But then happily we come to the cyclonic melter lance, which thankfully escaped more unscathed. By the look of the thing, it should already give you some horrifying ideas of just what it's capable of, as this thing is the epitome of the Imperium's tech, in the sense that they took a powerful thing and just scaled it up. Basically a multi-melter, but times 3, which as you can imagine can lead to some truly apocalyptic results. Let me frame it for you this way. If it were able to focus the firepower well enough and dealt critical damage with all of its beams, it could near enough destroy anything on the battlefield. Imperial Knight, an Astrolaeus tank, Orc war bosses, Demon Princes of Chaos. The firepower of the Cyclonic Melter is truly insane. And that's just one of them. I would remind again, you could potentially armor Leviathan with 2 of these for a more refined and elevated face melting experience. And then we come to the Grav Flux Bombard. Now the word grav is probably giving away the fact that, like this cyclonic melter, this is a scaled up version of other grav weapons. Well, you would in fact be absolutely right, because the Imperium is nothing if not predictable. What did you think, that they were just going to invent a new weapon? That's dangerous thinking, my friend. You best stick to your work, or the supervisor will be sending you off to become corpse starch cubes. The Grav Flux Bombard is then, yes, a scaled up version of other grav weapons used by the Imperium. Saying that, though, is no small thing. Grav weapons are some of the most truly horrifying, both at the individual level or for those used by the Mechanicus servitors, as I've discussed before. The Grav Flux will send out a spinning vortex of grav torsion forces, twisting and crushing its enemies under unfathomable forces into unimaginable shapes. As with all grav weapons, the nature of them means armor is effectively useless, and no matter were they to be a humble flak armored human, a Chaos Terminator, even a Primaris Marine, all would be crushed to a pulp in an instant by the focused gravitic beam that would distort then crush the matter of their bodies in a display of mind-bending horror. Seeing human forms condensed often together in a bizarre floating sphere of gravitic energy is something few can witness and not break from. The most interesting thing about grav weapons though is, or I should say was, how their power can scale. So unlike many other weapons, when facing a larger target, the Grav Flux will potentially deal a scalable level of damage. And to give an idea of its firepower, if a shot from the Grav weapon was on target, it could potentially kill 75% of a Primaris squad in one hit with little trouble. And this feature used to be even more powerful in the previous iteration. But overall, it remains a powerful weapon, just not as terrifying as it once was. But this scalable feature remains the true power of the Grav Flux. Even now, its manipulation of forces make it a truly fear-inducing weapon to overcome. And this...
I gotta stop right there, because I feel like any weapon that's capable of manipulating natural forces to any degree is already busted. Gravitational forces are what allows certain things to persist on this planet. So having those same forces used against you in a myriad of ways is like, say for instance, if One Piece was a gory manga. Imagine if One Piece was done by Kentaro Miura. Imagine just what Fujitori's devil fruit, the push fruit, which allows him to manipulate gravitational forces. Imagine if we just saw his power done to a horrifically graphic degree. Not just using gravitational forces to crush people into the ground and just keep them restrained, but what if he was just straight up merciless? And he was just straight up squashing people with gravitational forces to the point where they're just a smear, like the aftermath of the rumbling. For instance, just that. Or just using gravity forces to compress, like, say, 10, 15, maybe even 20 people all together and then crush them. They're already gone. They are just already compressed and gone. And they just get compressed into a small little ball of amalgamated people. Any weapon that can manipulate natural forces of a planet, galaxy, universe, just natural forces in general are terrifying because there's not much defense against them. How do you defend yourself from gravity? The original Pokemon manga was pretty violent, and now it's cutesy with their games being lackluster. A Grav Flux Bombard kind of works like this. It fires a sphere-like shot at the ground, and anything caught by it or around it is sucked into the sphere and smash and grind it to dust and paste. Remember, this is 40K tech. Dark Age tech is pretty much magic. Yeah, it's just... This is what I find so interesting. I love seeing the outlandish capabilities of technology in this world. I could spend hours just... Not today's session, but hours just reading up on how a weapon that is capable of throwing out basically a gravitational singularity and just how it works and its effects on people or machines or alien species or just the environment itself. I could spend I don't know how much time just reading up on that sort of capability because that is so interesting to me. I love that information. So a gun on a giant mech that can shoot out a singularity, that if you get hit by it or you get touched by it, you are being grounded up into paste. Yeah, singularity, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Because a lot of people like to use black holes, but I think a singularity where something is like focused into just one singular point, forcefully, singularity. I like this universe. I really do. I like learning. Let's keep going. We're not even done with Leviathan Dreadnoughts
yet. Well
yet.
Above most other means the true power of the grav flux. Even now, its manipulation of forces make it a truly fear-inducing weapon to overcome, and this in combination with the Leviathan powering it places it well above most other grav weapons. And anything that can still kill 75% of a 10-man Primaris squad in one go is quite the weapon and not something you'd really want to face on a battlefield. Then, on top of all of this, the Leviathan then wields 2 hull-mounted either heavy flamers or Volkite calivers. And one thing Leviathans are not short of are weapon options. And for me, quite honestly, despite their recent, let's call it, realignments, they still have a special place for me as the ultimate battlefield dreadnought in both looks and firepower. Wherever one may be found now, Leviathans are some of the most cherished and venerated chapter relics for the Astartes, awesome machines of a darkened age who entirely live up to their name both in scale and power. Some even refer to them as relics of darkness, for they're so rarely seen as to be near mythical, and when one does stride out across the battlefields of the 41st millennium, it can only be authorised by an Astartes chapter master. This is in part due, of course, to their prestige and rarity, but it is also due to the fact that many of the Marines who currently rest within a Leviathan dreadnought are racked with both the pain and demands of the machine, and this is only then exacerbated by the memories of the machine itself. For much like knights, Leviathan's machine spirits are believed to be powerful, and their machine memories are stained with the blood-soaked horrors from the Age of Darkness, and this suffering can sometimes override an Astartes within the dreadnought, leading them to become something of a walking lucid dream upon a battlefield. In the worst instances, perhaps not able to tell even friend from foe, or fighting imaginary horrors from millennia past. So the unleashing of a Leviathan can be something of a double-edged sword, and certainly not to be undertaken lightly, for the consequences could be potentially far worse than the benefits gained, and so the ultimate responsibility for deploying a Leviathan must always remain with the chapter master.
Noise Marines!
Within the realms of the unimaginably horrifying weaponry deployed in the 41st millennium, it's somewhat surprising that the bespoke weaponry of the Emperor's Children has not featured previously in discussing truly bonkers weapons, because it absolutely sits up there alongside oddities like the Harlequin's Kiss as some of the most foul weaponry existing in the dark future. The Horus Heresy split humanity. The traitors who turned against the Emperor did not all do so from the outset, understanding the true gravity of their decision, while others knew full well the path they had started down. There were not an initially significant number of Marines who would begin exhibiting visual signs of bizarre corruption during the early period of the heresy. Most Astartes who had turned away from the Emperor
Hold on.
corruption.
Is it just me? Okay, so y'all see the top of this blast, right? And I think this is a gun. But y'all see the top of this gun. Y'all see it right here. Y'all see it at the top of this blast. And you see these 2, I want to say 3 white lights. Is it just me or does it look like like skeletal eye holes, and then the hole for the nose at the top of this blast, as if it's like a skeletal mouth blasting this out. Is it just me? Does it look like that to y'all? It kind of looks like that to me. That might be what it is, but I want to make sure my eyes aren't playing tricks on me.
During the early period of the heresy, most Astartes who had turned away from the Emperor still appeared visually no different than they had done previously.
Family's heading out, so I got to keep an eye out for the
their
leaf
armor.
pickup.
And similarly, their weaponry remained that which was generally available to all Astartes of the time. It would only be in the latter days and post-heresy itself when we begin to see the true extent of the severe mutations, deviations, and physical alterations of the Marines who had embraced
It's a
darkness
skull gun barrel?
and allowed
Okay,
themselves to
okay, I
become
just
so
want to make
fully
sure I wasn't looking at anything
corrupted by
crazy.
chaos. Among those were, of course, the Third Legion, the Emperor's children, whose Primarch Fulgrim would align with the god Slaanesh, the Chaos God which embodies lust, desires, greed, decadent excesses, the exploration in the limits of pleasure, pain, and experience, the unrelenting pursuit of perfection, and just generally the satisfaction of one's own pleasures, no matter how extreme, without consideration of the morality or cost to others. The Astartes of the Third Legion began to carry strange, unsanctioned experimental psychosonic weapons just prior to the outbreak of total heresy. At this time, many legions were already contaminated and unusual behavior being seen more openly. But this section of Marines within the Legion would become known as the Cacophony. They used savagely powerful sound-based weapons, but the initial iterations' origins were unknown and also dangerously unpredictable. The emergence of these sound weapons is believed to have been based around one of Fulgrim's most famed remembrances, Kinska, who had become wildly twisted. Some of her last remaining pleasures in life are said to have been seducing and twisting the views of others, but as a composer, she also sought the perfection of her art, and seemingly at any cost, which aligns very much with the realm offered by Slaanesh. Kinska would create a bizarre symphonic experience which during its first and only performance ultimately resulted in her death and a bizarrely horrifying exhibition of sex and violence. But it would be the sonic effects of the symphony in how they drove insane, tormented, and generally inflicted terrible physical harm which had piqued the interest of several attending Emperor's children. This was believed to have been the key origin and trigger point in the further development of their sonic weaponry. The prototypes used in the symphony would ultimately become the most commonly seen iterations, the Sonic Blaster, Blastmaster, and Doom Siren. In M41, the name...
Why are these Transformers names? There's a Sound Blaster and Blastmaster in Transformers. Hold on. Yeah, there's a Blastmaster. These sound like Transformers names.
Emperor's Blastmaster would ultimately become the most commonly seen iterations, the Sonic Blaster, Blastmaster, and Doom Siren. In M41, the name Emperor's Children seems a heretical slur few would wish to utter. The designation of Noise Marines is good enough, and they are surreal, terrifying beings. Like all followers of Slaanesh, they will have lost all perspective of sensation, and much like the Dark Eldar.
Yeah, Soundwave. Look, I'm not about to go on a tangent of why we haven't heard anything from Transformers Reactivate, but why haven't we heard anything from Transformers Reactivate? Feels like it's been too long since we played a good Transformers game. Yeah, she, with the help of the Emperor's children, summoned a blood, murder, and 18 plus... Oh. And not just that, demons started... Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I can see why you say Emperor's children are a yikes.
Who created the god they refer to as She Who Thirsts, human followers also start down a path of sensation and self-gratification that becomes eventually torturously unachievable. Their singular focus now is upon satisfying their extreme desires, and these are truly beyond mortal comprehension. In many ways, the transformative nature of Slaanesh and Nurgle are likely what makes them the most horrifying of the Chaos Gods in the minds of human mortals. Like many worshippers of the Chaos Gods, those who dedicate themselves fully and who demonstrate a worthwhile service to their masters may be
Hold on, family's calling. I'll be back. I gotta take the mustard out. All right, back.
bestowed upon with gifts. For the Noise Marines, one of
The
their
music
gifts from
was
Slaanesh
very, very
is to
loud.
possess an unnaturally extended range of
I don't even want to imagine. So, one of the loudest things I can imagine people participating in is either a heavy metal concert, a drag race, or being at the front row of a NASCAR race. Or at least what amounts to a NASCAR race, what amounts to a front row for a NASCAR race. That's the closest I can think of. I imagine this is even louder than that.
hearing. It may be fair to say that their level of auditory sensation enables them to almost see sound and reach an entirely different plane of understanding within the subtlety of the cacophony of war and all the sounds which encompass this. The roar of battle, the din of gunfire, the screaming misery of suffering. Unsurprisingly paired with their already twisted outlook, this heightened level of sensory perception has caused them to feel a broad range of experience with all sounds they encounter, from the purest distillation of what could be described as pleasure to unbearable agony. To humans, this sounds, of course, nightmarish, but much like the followers of Nurgle in how they delight in the rot and decay, the fecundity of such observations that we might choose to describe as horrifying suffering, they see as beautiful. Noise Marines revel in the extreme boundaries of sensory experience, deliberately exposing themselves to the loudest or most unusual waveforms possible. The more pure or chaotic, the better, and that would for the ordinary human prove to be almost instantaneously fatal in one way or another. If not by a literal collapse of critical body functions, then some other horrifying process of organ bursting, arteries and veins open throughout the body, bones shattering, or far, far worse things. Think liquefaction, think loss of all control of body systems. All of these sights and sensations, though, would never be enough for a Noise Marine. They need to immerse themselves within the cacophony of horror and battle as if it were a warm blanket wrapped around them, a tsunami of sound, a deluge of desires. They lose themselves in the overwhelming auditory experience, and this will be when they bring their own sound weapons to bear and begin to add their own individual performance to the battlefield. Where Noise Marines are seen walking among the war zones of the galaxy in M41, there are few who live to tell of it. And those who do are either too broken to speak of it, or their minds are literally turned to mush. Of course, they are the lucky ones, obviously, The truly damned individuals will be those who are dragged off for sacrifice to the Prince of All Pleasure in some extreme act of perversion to appease Slaanesh. I think I've noted before how it would be unwise to allow yourself to be captured alive by the Drakari, while you can also add servants of Slaanesh to that list, because truly a las or stub pistol to the head is going to be considerably preferable. Surely the Emperor would not hold such an act against you, or then again, saying this, with what we know of the Emperor, to be honest, you're likely going to be screwed either way. So if you are not being forcibly made to endure some emotional feat of endurance that reach the limits of twisted imaginations by those worshipping Slaanesh, you may find yourself being mutilated so as to be fitted with any number of sonic amplifiers and speakers. The nearest comparison would be perhaps something akin to an arco-flagellant, except that
There's that flatulence again. The average Space Marine scream can already burst an eardrum. Imagine a Noise Marine. Heavy metal would be the equivalent of a Cartoon Network intro theme compared to whatever they did here. So basically, just like the do 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 do, that is considered. The heavy metal's considered that tame compared to what Noise Marines do. Because the thing is, they say, like, you can see the sound. That's how loud it is. Not to mention, don't think I'm just going to gloss over the after effects of being hit by one of these weapons. Organs and bones shattering, organs rupturing, arteries splitting open and bursting out of the body, or, at the worst possible levels, complete and total liquefaction. Complete and total liquefaction. You are just liquefied by sound. No, I'm good. I'm good.
in this instance you do not serve penance for acts against the Holy Emperor. You will walk the battlefield in service to your traitor marine masters and the dark gods they serve, that you now serve. These extreme body modifications will very obviously cause the bearer significant suffering, and this is absolutely fine, because by design these wails will become amplified. Every tortured cry, garbled, choking moan will be driven to eye-bursting volumes. When these captive human tools of the Noise Marines are led into battle, it's less of a charge and more of a ramshackle, staggering gaggle behind their cap.
That's a horrifying face down there at the bottom left. That's horrifying. They see every battle as a party. If a Noise Marine shouts at you, your face often literally tears off, arms go off, and other no bueno stuff. I don't think I like the idea of someone shouting at me and my face tears off. I don't think y'all would look at my streams anymore. I don't think I could have like a live reaction to a manga chapter anymore if a Noise Marine screamed at me and tore my face off. Y'all would never want to watch this channel again. Y'all would probably have me playing in the background. Turn the screen off. I would probably never do face cam again. Can you imagine having a sound projected at you that it tears off your face? No, just think about that for a moment. Sound hitting you so hard that your face tears off. We're not even going to discuss your arms flying off and other bad things, but just sound hitting you. All of a sudden, you just lose face. This is why y'all can miss me with any Slaanesh-aligned things. No, you can miss me too. You can miss me too. They can miss the both of us together. Cause I ain't messing with none of this stuff. Emperor's children? Bye. Slaanesh and those who follow them? Bye. No. That literally what happens, you pausing it there? Yeah, I see it. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get the picture now. I thought it was just like a Noise Marine looking at this person. No, this Noise Marine is shouting at them and their face is peeling off. I didn't put two and two together until you said something. No. I see flesh under skin. I see the teeth. I see the flesh literally getting ripped from the bone from this noise marine screaming. Just from and this is the sound they make. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Just them singing that at you and your face is getting ripped off. Oh, oh, just can you imagine? Can you imagine the music from the Noise Marines just going around and it is actual good music, but you don't want to hear it because it's ripping your body apart? Nah, okay, let's keep going.
Captors all charge and more of a ramshackle, staggering gaggle behind their captors, all fastened together by golden hooks and chains. If their agonizing screams...
Man, that's an old meme. Yeah, it is. It is. And I still use it to this day. It's crazy old. You know, the age of the trollolololololololololol.
Are insufficient, then of course it's time to whip out the barbed toxic lashes so that they might rise together in an unbearable wall of auditory suffering. Such is the effect of this unholy choir that many a guard regiment will run stumbling and screaming from a battlefield, and if you think such an unending wall of screaming would not have a disturbing effect, then you really need to find time to watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But that's a film which creates a truly harrowing experience, driven largely by sound alone. There's very little visual gore in the film compared to modern day experiences, yet you still come away audibly shocked. Another interesting and I suppose actually rare example of sound being used as a weapon was in the 1986 movie Biggles, and I only make mention of this because it traumatized me as a child. The characters travel through time and end up in a dystopian future where a horrifying sound weapon has been created, and it really is something right out of 40K. In fact, it was actually reviewed in issue 77 of White Dwarf. Overall, it's a pretty terrible film, but becomes something of a cult classic. The weapon itself seemingly destroys matter, and despite this being a PG-rated family film, one character pulls apart a guy's face, which along with this whole sequence scarred my memories as a kid. I suppose lastly I should make a mention of course to the weaponry in the 1984 Dune movie, so-called weirding modules, which are essentially comparable to how noise marine weapons function, although I'm sure this is merely a coincidence, right? From what I recall, these do not appear in the Dune novels. Noise marine weapons have been developed and refined to a point they can unleash irresistible walls of sound, flattening all in their path, even buildings, or focused enough to tear apart individuals from the inside out. Noise marines are the masters of sound range and can create sustained frequencies enough to shake apart and bring down entire buildings. While charging toward their victims, they will unleash powerful blasts of sound that tear through victims. As described, these are the most powerful against soft tissues of human targets, organs, bones, flesh, eyeballs, the brain. All can be destroyed under the highly focused extreme levels of sound wave directed toward their suffering victims. And it should go without saying that the least a human guardsman might expect to walk away from an encounter with a noise marine would be permanent hearing damage.
So they're Black Bolt? No, they're worse than Black Bolt because they actually enjoy using sound to hurt people. Black Bolt doesn't speak because he doesn't want to hurt people with his voice. Noise Marines want to hurt people with sound. They relish in it. The chance to get up in your face and scream so large and so loudly that the skin from your bones literally just disintegrates you all the way down to the marrows. No, they are not like Black Bolt at all.
Also worth mentioning, not that ammunition is ever really something that seems of a concern.
Can't wait for the new Emperor's Children model coming out at the end of this year. Oh, interesting. I'll ask Nico about it.
In M41, but interestingly, Noise Marine sonic weapons do not require ammunition, which obviously makes sense, but they do require some sort of power source. Most sonic weapons used by the Emperor's Children, specifically those designed for the Noise Marines of Slaanesh, are connected or even fused into the bearer's power armor, drawing directly from the armor's power supply, so as long as the armor has power, the sonic weapon functions. The twisted and corrupt servants of Slaanesh that once were called the Emperor's Children continue to walk the war zones of the 41st millennium. Many are now barely recognizable as anything one would dare to call a Space Marine, their mind-shattering melodies emanating from Vox speakers fused into distended jaws, sound-amplifying pipework running the course of twisted armor. Noise Marines do not simply invoke fear or some range of emotional reaction, they quite literally overwhelm the sensory capacity of their victims, making the experience barely anything one would describe as a conscious choice in the matter.
Yeah, I gotta agree with JW. Emperor's Children Marines are significantly scarier than Black Bolt because, here's the thing, there's only one Black Bolt. There are tens of hundreds of thousands of Noise Marines. And each one can do what Black Bolt can do. That's a vast army of people that can do what Black Bolt can do. And they like using sound to inflict harm. Significantly scarier.
For those targeted by the torturous and disturbing weapons, by the time the sound has reached you, many will be on their knees in writhing agony, a blend of unspeakable suffering yet simultaneously strangely euphoric. Thus, their spun web of sound has achieved its goal, trapping those who might otherwise run or fight, initially incapacitating them before deciding their fate with the mere flick of a wrist.
Conversion beams!
Now, not entirely dissimilarly to the Gravflux Bombard of the Leviathan Dreadnoughts comes another ancient and terrifying weapon known as conversion beams. Conversion beams are on one level fairly simple, at least on the superficial level, in our observation of the consequences of being hit by such a weapon. A conversion beam weapon very much does what it says on the tin. It literally converts matter into energy. Similarly to grav weapons, the consequences of being attacked by a conversion beam is that armor is of little to no barrier in protecting against such a weapon. Anything touched by the beam of a sea weapon is said to be literally torn apart as it implodes at a subatomic level, and be they infantry or heavily armoured vehicles, the result is much the same. Now, I mentioned its surface level simplicity. This is perhaps true for a lot of Imperial technology, and in fact somewhat of the Imperium's approach to technology in general. I think we've used any number of analogies before now, a good one being most people might know how to change a car wheel and top up various fluids, but anything more complicated than that is essentially magic. Well, the same is true for most mechanical operatives in the Imperium. People can see superficially how something functions and its impact. They may have an inkling as to how to perform basic maintenance, but beyond that, it's often a mystery, and as that classic Arthur C. Clarke quote goes, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. For the Imperium, this is very much true of conversion beam weapons. Strangely, for the C-beam, there is a direct correlation between the distance to which the beam extends from the weapon itself relevant to its destructive power. Range causes it to become increasingly powerful, which leads into some of the confusion around its functionality. On the one hand, it wouldn't do much good to fire a weapon with such devastating properties if they instantly were manifested. You wouldn't want to, say, convert the weapon itself and presumably cause some overload killing the user. A haphazard friendly misfiring of, say, an Imperial standard las cannon could be damaging and problematic. But if a C-beam held its maximum power effectively as it left the weapon, this could be something which you might inadvertently destroy an entire building, an Imperial Knight, even one of the smaller elements of a Titan's appendage. Now, more technically, conversion beams use a concentrated stream of antimatter focused to a terminal point, but because of the weapon's size and unstable nature, they must be fired from a unit who remains essentially stationary when operated, or the intensity of the beam will be thus negated. This is considerably limiting downside, but it's offset by the power of the weapon, and this led to it being mounted primarily on units with the size and power to plant themselves firmly, like dreadnoughts and knights, or if available, anti-grav platforms. Now, sea weapons are described as expelling a stream of neutron-bombarded antimatter particles, thereby beginning an atomic chain reaction that converts any matter the antimatter touches into an equivalent mass of energy in a blazing beam that hurtles toward the target.
Essentially, a laser beam that will disintegrate and make you blow up. Oh, this is new. Huh. Interesting. I haven't done anything Patreon related in years. Wonder where this email came from. Interesting. But yeah, essentially it's a laser beam where it just erases you. But the erasure point also causes an explosion. Exploding lasers. Mr. Torg would be proud.
Antimatter-matter reaction travels, air molecules are converted into a deadly blast that finally consumes the target, and an explosive release of pure energy. Now, 40K's
Explosive laser!
faux weapon science is often pretty lacking, but essentially it's probably best to just think of this from the orc point of view. Big beam gets strong on things that are far. And this is usually the amount of thought worthwhile expending on such matters, because all we need to know really...
I just had a revelation. Is the word stronk S-T-R-O-K? Is the word stronk from Warhammer? I have seen that word used all over. Is that where this comes from? I'm being serious right now. Is this where the word stronk comes from? From Warhammer? I'm waiting to see if anyone can confirm my suspicions. For anyone familiar with Halo in here, it's kind of like a Spartan laser, but just even more powerful. It disassembles you on the atomic level. Yeah, it is basically you getting broken down to your mere atoms, and then what's left of, and then those atoms proceed to blow up. So not only do you basically get disintegrated, but the disintegration also results in an explosion on your person. But no, I'm being serious. Is the word stronk from Warhammer that I've been hearing all of these countless years?
Is that it's dealing more damage to a target over distance. If it simply converted the target's mass itself into energy, the distance element would seem to be somewhat irrelevant. This thought does somewhat conflict with earlier descriptions of the greater mass of a target being what amplified the power of the weapon, so it becomes something of a quandary. The more sciencey descriptions are the more recent ones, but I always say most recent does not equals most correct in terms of known information. You need to take the full context into account, and in this instance that basically equates to binary scrawls of Mechanicus text, perhaps some forgotten archive parchment describing the process by someone who had maybe even no idea what they were even seeing, a beam which can describing the process by...
No, hold up. That's not coming out of his neck, is it? That's not coming out of his mouth or neck, is it? That's just something that's just draped underneath his chin, right? That's not coming out of his neck. That's just some text just hanging off of the guard from his jaw, right? That's what that is, right?
of Mechanicus text, perhaps some forgotten archive parchment describing the process by someone who had maybe even no idea what they were even seeing, a beam which consumes its targets by painfully and aggressively converting them into energy seems more intriguing to me than a beam which gathers some quasi-conversion power over distance. Ultimately, I think in this instance it comes down to individual interpretation.
It's what you think it is? Don't tell me that. I don't want it to be coming out of his mouth or out of his neck. Don't tell me that. No! Why? 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 For what purpose? So he can print out text on demand for the next Adeptus to walk by? Excuse me, brother. I may need a reminder of the verses of the Emperor. Could you print out the first verse in the second chapter? And he's just like, and it's just coming out of his neck, and he just gives it to him. Thank you. I'll put this inside of me armor. No. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not gonna think about it. Cause why? Why? You a printer for text, and it's coming out your neck. Nah, I'm good.
Because really what we need to be concerned about is the end result, the exact timing of the conversion.
I know I asked, and I regret it. I know I asked, and I regret it. They might print out what they want to say. You know what? That kind of explains why his mouth is covered. But why out the neck, though? Why not just get like a vocalizer? Why are you printing out stuff? Do you realize how difficult it's going to be to argue with someone and your responses? You gotta wait for your HP inkjet cartridge to go through what you're trying to say, and the person you're trying to argue with wants to say all the stuff you can say. They're not gonna wait for you for your rebuttal to print out your neck before they say what they gotta say. I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. How dare you say peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are not delicious? And then they're just, and then you just hear them texting, them just printing their response. And then they hold it up, and you look at it. No. Toasted peanut butter and jelly is not the same as white. It's not the same as regular white bread peanut butter and jelly. Are you insane? I'm moving on. I'm moving on because I'm racking my brain over how that doesn't really seem efficient. I'm moving on.
The conversion process is not explicitly detailed. Does it take seconds, fractions of seconds? You'd imagine.
Exactly! Too long, didn't read! That's how every argument is gonna go. I ain't got time to read your responses over why I think peanut butter jelly sandwiches is fantastic. Too long, didn't read. Just get a mechanical vocalizer so you can still speak without having to waste sheets of paper to speak. What if you are holding a presentation? Are you printing out the same thing you need to say and handing it out to the people in the classroom so they can all understand what you're saying? A lecture from this guy would take forever. I gotta put my weight down. A lecture from this guy would take forever if he's printing it out of his neck.
Imagine so, given the descriptions happening at a subatomic level, but it's reported that more agile units may be able to escape the worst of the C-beam, so it seemingly requires more than a brief moment to deal damage, and perhaps this is the trade-off for its immense power. That, and the need to be essentially stationary to fire. Both of these factors make it not always the most practical of requirements amid a galaxy of deadly, fast-moving enemies, and this does make the conversion beam less of a weapon to use for engaging with flying targets, speeders, or infantry in general. However, for targeting, say, powerful artillery across a battlefield, or heavy units that have been slowed and crippled but are otherwise
Is that a
still
Hierophant
operational.
Biotitan?
This is where conversion beam
It looks like a
can come
Hierophant
into its
Biotitan.
own. A
I haven't beaten it in
scavenger,
Space
perhaps,
Marine
of
2 yet,
sorts.
but
the more dense
I
the
would
matter
like
of the
to.
target, the more molecular agitation will occur and ultimately more energy converted, making its process more explosive and more effective. Conversion beams, for all their power, have several fairly major things going against them though. Their lack of mobility is noted for one, coupled with the significant amounts of power to drive them. As such, the larger versions are limited to generally vehicles like the Contemptor Dreadnoughts and Deimos Predator tanks, although surviving examples of these fitted with C-beams are of course considerably rare. Rarer still though are the barely known Mechanicus Acastus Asterius pattern knights. If you
Maybe he makes a sound, but maybe he makes sounds, but you have the convenience of rereading if you misheard. Ah, so he has subtitles. He's got subtitles. Okay.
you're able to find one in existence, it is itself about as irreplaceable as the weapons it wields. Both are relics of ancient technology, and the Acastus pattern of knights are outfitted with considerable armour, as they're generally designed for standing and firing, not charging across a battlefield. And whether it's the Porphyrion armed with 2 twin volcano cannons, or the Asterius and its 2 twin conversion beams, each is more than capable of decimating the walls and heavy emplacements of mighty fortresses and obliterating any who stand against them. While conversion beams are generally mounted on these large vehicles, there are very rare examples of them being used by elite individuals such as Tech Marine Masters, Grey Knights and Deathwatch, even some Inquisitors. How that works is beyond me. Although most Imperial weapons tech is scalable, as I regularly note, personal handheld iterations of sea weapons are exceedingly rare, almost mythically rare at this point, and accounts of their operation even rarer. Still, much ancient archaeotech exists throughout the galaxy, and undoubtedly if anybody was going to still have access to such weaponry, it would be the Grey Knights, Deathwatch, Inquisitors, and most likely of course Mechanicus, although the last known units to wield these were the mysterious Myrmidon Destructors. These were a specific set of tech priests within the Mechanicum pre and during the Heresy, who specialised in the art of destruction with ranged weaponry, and they were very much the embodiment of this through their heavily augmented bodies, which they used to mount powerful weaponry like Volkite culverins and C-beams. They also had access to photon thruster cannons.
Why does this dude look like he's from the Techno Union army from Star Wars? He's got like the mechanical eyes, a big old respirator, the smooth head up top, the chest piece, the nozzles going around the shoulders. This dude is from the Techno Union army.
Irradiation engines and graviton imploders, all of which are basically as bad as they sound. And I feel it would be cruel of me not to share the details of the photon thruster cannon, another unusual, rarely heard of weapon. These were and remain extremely guarded as to their details within the Mechanicus, should any even exist today. They were seen during the Heresy, and the Mechanicum were highly restrictive even then in their use among their own ranks.
Real quick, family just got home with food. Let me help them bring that in, and I can eat and enjoy the rest of this video at the same time. Hold tight. Thank you for your patience. Alright, back. Let's continue.
The reason being, they are highly suspected, should any even exist
JW
today.
said
Seen
the
during
Alpha
Heresy,
Legion Elite
and the Mechanicum
Terminators
were highly restricted,
also
even
carry
then, in
these
their use among their own
beams
ranks.
at
The reason
times.
being,
Oh,
they are
okay.
highly suspected as being of Xenos origin, so obviously hardly officially sanctioned. These lance-like weapons, when fired, unleashed a screaming needle-thin beam of utter blackness so dark it's said to essentially be unlight, a pure void, and this beam can cut through nearly anything, even the densest of materials, slicing through targets like the proverbial hot knife through butter. The power and construction of these weapons is unknown, but are seen to leave pulsating waves of darkness behind. They also remain extremely unstable, and malfunctions have been seen to consume their operators by raging black flames turning all to dust. A nightmare weapon to which
I couldn't
we may
even
only
make out what that
speculate
image was.
as to its origins. For the Myrmidons, though, the power of the conversion beam weaponry perfectly aligned with what they sought to be, for they had specifically augmented their bodies to enable them to wield weapons of maximum destructive capability. Reinforced endoskeletons and upgraded power systems, few from this machine god cult appeared even close to a human. They were more like grotesque walking cyborgs with machine skull faces. And while their bodies quite literally lumbering monstrosities, the Myrmidons themselves were unequalled in their precise use of such devastating weaponry. Few enemies or fortifications were able to resist their destructive will, and as such they became of increased importance across many Forge worlds during the Heresy. And speaking of cults, we move on to another brand of fanatical worshippers.
Exorcists.
So continuing with the musical insanity theme comes a multiple rocket launching tank used by the sororitas known as the Exorcist. Now it's convenient that I chose a weapon of the sororitas today, as it pairs nicely with my recommend for Audible of the Dark Imperium trilogy encompassing Plague War and Godblight, as one of the core arc themes throughout these books remains the nature and question of imperial faith and the power of such an undefinable force. The faithful among the most devout citizenry of the Emperor will often be stirred into acts that go far beyond what ordinary humans should be capable of, even at the astonishment and disbelief of unbelieving Astartes who have lived lives disconnected from the often flexible imperial creed. Yet the mysteries surrounding devotion to the Emperor remain. It has very often been demonstrated that in specific chosen individuals the Emperor most certainly does protect. The sororitas are absolutely devoted in their beliefs that they serve the Emperor, the one true God of humanity, and that he may speak directly to them. This can even lead to bizarre circumstances where sisters engage in acts that leave they themselves condemned as heretics, but not entirely unlike radical inquisitors. Their belief that they serve a greater good is more powerful than any chain of command. This fanatical divine belief that drives all worshippers of the Emperor in the sororitas, ecclesiarchy, and indeed guardsmen and citizenry are powerful forces that should not be underestimated, and it's through weapons like the Exorcist that they deliver holy vengeance against the heretics and simultaneously inspire feats of otherwise impossible sacrifice through organ blasts and rising crescendos of powerful hymnals. An adjacent example might be to imagine the flame-shooting guitarist from Fury Road, but like as a chanting monk playing a huge organ. The Exorcist is really a pure distillation of everything the sororitas represent. It's a tool of divine inspiration, a platform to blast out symphonic holy waves of inspiring hymns to the servants of the Emperor. It's an armoured mobile shrine to his divinity and a warning to those who consider any belief than what is the most obvious. The Emperor is the one true God, and all must unquestionably obey the authority of the imperial government. Then finally, it delivers direct hellfire upon the enemies of mankind, as if the Emperor himself were reaching down out of the sky and purging the Xenos and heretic from all worlds. The mad constructions of the ecclesiarchy notwithstanding, it's worth considering the actual applications of such a design. Imagine your imperial servant, a broken sororitas, is left ruined by a devastating first assault of heretics. an Imperial Guard squad actively collapsing under the weight of Xenos horror, or a citizenry mounting a last hopeless defense against rebelling traitors or perhaps invading Chaos spawn. On the wind, they hear what first they are sure is only their imagination, but the organ music, the divine sound of holy prayer and singing rises above the deafening roar of battle. Explosions strike hard into the ground all around, the enemies of humanity are decimated. And then, as if sent forth by the Emperor himself, a force of his holy warriors, striding alongside the vehicle known as the Exorcist. Hearts are set aflame in a blaze of zealous fury, and the beaten down and broken humans become shining vessels for the Emperor's wrath. The missiles fired from the Exorcist missile launcher are armor-piercing explosives that are capable of annihilating enemy tanks or destroying squads of heavy infantry in a single salvo, assuming the launcher, of course, does not malfunction. While the weapon itself is extremely powerful, for the Sisterhood, its primary purpose is to serve as a divine symbol of the power and glory of the ecclesiarchy. Entire squadrons of exorcists will be deployed to break the will of the enemies of humanity via armoured long-range spearheads. Enemy advances are reduced to tattered remains as any who survive are overwhelmed and surprised by a hail of bolter shells and flame. Raging sororitas pour over them, displaying no mercy whatsoever. As with most weaponry of the Imperium, it's common for exorcists which originate from the Age of Apostasy to be at best temperamental and at worst outright malfunction. However, for these sororitas, they are unsurprisingly able to find divine rationalizations for such occurrences, and as with almost any event, it only further entrenches their beliefs. All is proof, in the eyes of the sisters, of the holy reach of the Emperor of Man. Many sororitas believe exorcist tanks are capable of becoming so excessively saturated with the Emperor's holy power that the sisters will claim their machine spirits themselves become touched to such a degree they sometimes transcend into moments of religious epiphany beyond any mortal understanding. Unfortunately, this also brings the machines themselves to a halt. The mysteries of faith in the Imperium of mankind remain. It's far too big of a topic to even think of going on a tangent today within one of these videos, so all of that will have to wait for later on, and as noted, a good starting place is the Dark Imperium trilogy.
Trench shovels!
Now, while it may well be regarded as something of a meme, I shall here attempt to construct a viable description around the famed shovels of Krieg, a weapon which has reached a legendary status not unlike Guardsman Marbo, and similarly to Marbo, there are always kernels of truth within the memery. And for someone who takes things way too seriously, like me, it's always a fun mental gymnastic to try and rationalize these things. Now, the shovel, becoming the Krieg Guardsman's brutal melee weapon of choice, has somehow become well entrenched, did you like that one, in the mythology of the 40K verse, but just why is somewhat perplexing. There really is no basis for it other than just the standard lean-in on the Kriegers as the ultimate unenhanced human warriors, both in their physical ability to endure and their unbreakable nihilistic spirit. Now, I'm not going to re-examine the Krieg in detail today, as we did that very recently, and if I want to go over it again, it would warrant a much further, deeper, expanded thought piece about their entire existence. But suffice to say, the idea of a Krieg Guardsman battering their enemies like, say, a Chaos Marine into bludgeoned submission really sits within the dark comedy that 40K exists as. And as I've discussed before now, although many of the 40K novels like the Heresy series and the more recent things approach the verse of 40K with an ever more grandiose and serious tone, if you're thinking 40K is not a bleak comedy, then you've not been paying attention. Similar to Judge Dredd, it's very much a commentary on what happens when everything turns to absolute hell and the very worst traits of humanity are allowed to just run wild. Within that sense of dark comedy, bludgeoning someone with a trench digging tool fits very much into the parameters. And it's not unlike some of the most well-known shovel kills in other fictional examples, Psycho 2's shovel mum kill, or Day of the Dead's zombie head severance. To name but just two examples, there are many more. Shovels have made an appearance in the Battlefield series as a melee weapon as well, and a nice crossover for me inserting Battlefield into a 40K vid there. But the point being, it's simply a joke weapon because it's a blunt tool not designed primarily for vanquishing one's enemies. Now, for the history nerds, yes, we all know by now that during World War I, sharpened, well-maintained shovels were apparently used as weapons, and by all accounts more useful sometimes than even bayonets. I'm not extensively read on this, so my cursory Google searches will have to suffice, but feel free to give your detailed breakdowns of this in the comments. I'm sure at least one person will. Other examples exist, of course, and it's undoubtedly due to situations where supplies were limited and things were in a desperate situation, that or just having to wield whatever you had to hand. I think for anyone though who's actually used a well-sharpened shovel for just digging, you soon get an idea of what you could do to soft tissue, and it's certainly an unpleasant thought. The dimensions of a trench...
Okay, this thing needs to show up now, because now I'm getting paranoid of every heavy vehicle that is rolling by my neighborhood, thinking that it's this loose leaf pickup truck. Now I'm getting paranoid. It's actually starting to get on my nerves now.
Shovel, essentially make it
They need to show up.
They need to show up. All of this then fits perfectly the mold of a Krieg guardsman, an unrelenting tool of war themselves who will not submit or surrender under any circumstances. And what are we talking about here? It's really about the absurdity, the juxtaposition of a human guardsman fighting with a shovel against the horrific Xenos enemies of man. I think the meme of the Krieg shovel is far less about the shovel itself and far more about the Krieg. As I said, there's always slivers of truth in humour, and for the Krieg, it's their extremely over-the-top insanity when it comes to wars of attrition that make them ripe for memery. The emotionless, unbreakable human tanks, any enemy will fall against them, even the most powerful Chaos Marines, shovel to the face, digging right through their fallen bodies. The humble shovel has become so much of an embedded tool of the Krieg that it's even included as a specific piece on the newest minis within the Kill Team set and featured in their animated trailer. Where does that leave us? Well, we have chain swords, we have chain axes, chain fists. Perhaps it's time for a chain shovel, anyone?
Let's see, you need to check out the Kriegs. Oh, shovels, the joke the Warhammer community just won't let die. So these shovels being one of the most insane and powerful weapons due to how it can just basically kill anything it goes up against, that's essentially a joke?
So now let's talk about my next...
Alright. Okay. So that is it. That is it for the most insane and powerful weapons of Warhammer 40K by Luetin09. Alright. So here's what I want to do, since I have a little bit of time. Let's see. Krieg lore, an hour and 31 minutes. Nah, let's see if we can find another. Haha! Major kill! Dark type meme. You can kill a demon with a rock. That doesn't even sound like a meme. That sounds like something someone did in the game. Why everyone loves the death core of Krieg. Let's check out Major kill.
G'day guys and gal. The Death Corps of Krieg are one of the most beloved guardsman regiment within Warhammer 40k. Now yes, that doesn't seem to reflect very well on us, as A, they very much give off World War I vibes and not in a pleasant way, chemical weapons and whatnot, and B, they are pretty cool about violently dying. One may even mistake them for being suicidal. But they are cool as hell, and that trumps all else. But with them not really having unique characters, their specific key moments and exploits can be difficult to recall. So I thought, why not shine a spotlight on some of their best moments to figure out why they are so goddamn iconic. Before we get started, another day, another major mini launch. This time we have the Napoleonic Warlord of Death, a stunning centerpiece in your army to lead your Weimar cosplaying mattresses straight into enemy gun lines. If it looks familiar, then it is because it is inspired by by the classic Napoleonic artwork, and I think it suits beautifully. Model has been scaled appropriately and already comes mostly assembled, so all you really need to do is remove the supports and it's ready to paint. International shipping comes to only $10. We collect VAT at checkout for our European customers, so no customs bullshit, and if you spend over $70, shipping is free. If you can't tell, I'm really trying to make this easy for everyone. Link to the Major Minis website and dozens of other models produced by me is below. Today we'll go over the best Deathcore of Krieg moments from the lore to give these boys and girls the love they deserve. Let's get into it. Before we get into their many exploits involving a lot of overkill, let's do a quick rundown of who the Deathcore of Krieg actually are and where they come from. How did they become so badass? Well, Krieg actually used to be a bit of a paradise. It was a highly advanced hive world with an extremely powerful economy and military. It had a shitload of natural resources and the population to match. It also wasn't this totally polluted shithole either. Like, it wasn't a lush verdant world, but it wasn't that bad. However, their aristocrats and planetary governor were extremely paranoid about external invasion, so they invested a fuckload into planetary defense, orbital defense, private armies, and the like. It had become one of the most fortified worlds in the Imperium for no real reason, since it wasn't on any front line or the target of any invasion. Feeling overconfident and being sick of paying a tithe to the distant Imperium, the planetary governor revolted against the Imperium, declared Krieg independent, then captured and killed most of the Imperial loyalists on the world. The Imperium was like, well, fuck. The cost of retaking Krieg is so high that it's not even worth trying. So instead of sending a fleet or the Astartes, the Imperium told Colonel Luetin, the commander of the few surviving loyalists on Krieg, that he had complete and total authority to wipe out the traitors at any cost. Luetin was like, sure thing, buddy boy, and using a secret stash of nukes, bathed the entire world in atomic fire, killing most of its population. The previously outnumbered loyalists fared a lot better than their traitor counterparts, as they were able to prepare for the nuclear firestorm whilst the traitors were taken unaware. The odds had been evened. For the next 500 years, Krieg would be one non-stop war zone as the surviving loyalist and traitor elements engaged in brutal trench warfare on a barely livable world. The Imperium could have swooped in, but since Krieg was now a death world, there was quite literally no point in even trying, so they just let Krieg kill itself. After those 5 centuries, the loyalists finally achieved victory, killing the last of the traitors. That 500 years had changed them. For generations, they had been born to kill and die. They felt no fear as they were brainwashed as children to believe that they had failed the God Emperor, and the only way to atone was to die in battle. Bit of a sweet Viking Valhalla vibe going on there. As soon as Krieg was back in Imperial hands, they immediately re-swore their oaths to the Emperor and gave as many soldiers to the Imperium as it wanted straight away. These soldiers were powerful as fuck. Their skill was only matched by the Cadians, and their resolve was probably unmatched. They immediately begun exceeding all expectations, and the Imperium begun recruiting and relying on the Death Corps above nearly all else. You may be wondering, how the fuck does an irradiated death world produce so many soldiers? After all, they literally crank out more soldiers than most hive worlds. Well, that's because Krieg uses a highly controversial and actually somewhat banned technology called the Vita wombs, artificial wombs. Deep in the bunkers of Krieg, they basically just churn out soldiers like fucking robots. It's not exactly confirmed if the soldiers of Krieg are all clones or are just randomly spliced together from existing stable donors, but it doesn't really matter. They all look the same with the gas masks. They are often very young when they're deployed to battle, with their gear hiding their true age. So now we got their vibe and their pretty fucking gnarly origins, what are some of their best, most badass or coolest moments? Well, I'd be a disgusting piece of shit if we didn't start this off with the Siege of Rax. Long story short, Chaos was able to create the most fuck-off fortified city imaginable, and a lot of shit went down. The Imperium knew no other guardsman regiment would be able to withstand the brutal onslaught of Rax, so they sent millions of Krieg's men and women. For 17 years, this siege raged, as time after time the Death Corps charged gun lines with nothing but bayonets and a can-do attitude. It's theorized that many of the Death Corps' charges failed due to the size of their balls weighing them down. As Vrax went on and it got more and more fucked, you know, Chaos Marines, demons, fairies, all that messed up shit, yet the Death Corps took it in their stride and pushed on. After losing 14 million soldiers, Vrax was taken and the heretics purged. Necrons are pretty bloody difficult to deal with. Nearly all engagements against the Necrons ends with either the Necrons having a decisive victory, the Necrons having a close victory, or Space Marines having to make big sacrifices to beat the Necrons. But against the Death Corps, the Necrons are just another Tuesday. The Orphean War didn't start so hot. The Orpheus sector got sodomized by Chrome boners known as the Maynek dynasty. Within 100 days, half of the sector had been clapped. The Imperial commanders were able to get their hands on a few regiments of Death Corps and threw them into the meat grinder. To their absolute astonishment, the Kriegsmen were the only Imperial combatants that were not only able to repel the Necron attacks, but successfully counterattack and destroy the Necron's primary base on one of the embattled worlds. This is because Necrons really rely on breaking enemy morale to win. If you know that there is a 90% chance that your atoms will get flayed apart by agonizing Gauss beams, you probably aren't going to bayonet charge towards them. Kriegsmen have no such issue and are happy to give it a whirl. Despite this, the sector had to be abandoned, as if only a small fraction of your army is achieving success, then it's not really a winnable war. The Kriegs regiments did end up preventing the Necrons from spilling out into other sectors, so overall a great showing. This next moment is a bit of a meme and serves to remind us that grim darkness can be quite hilarious and overkill. In order to maintain control of their empire, the Imperium makes vicious examples of traitors. No example highlights this more than when the High Void of Durondis withheld their taxes and told the Imperium to eat a bag of dicks. In response, the Death Corps of Krieg surrounded the primary Hive city with artillery and begun bombarding it. Anyone who tried to leave the city was shot, as day in and day out shells rained down. After 5 years of non-stop shelling, the rebels offered their unconditional surrender. It was rejected and the city was bombed for another 3 years. By the end of those 3 years, Krieg scouts determined that the city was completely and utterly devoid of all life. No shit.
Bombed for 3 years. It's not like, that's not even like bombed for 3 hours. No, 3 years. 3 long years. The bombing will continue until morale improves. 3 years.
It was rejected and the city was bombed for another 3 years. By the end of those 3
Another 3 years.
Krieg scouts determined that the city was completely and utterly devoid of all life. No shit. But you can never be too thorough, so the city was bombed for another 2 years. I don't think there was even a
It was bombed a certain number of years, then bombed another 3 years, and then bombed again another 2 years just to be thorough. These Krieg jokers is crazy.
Krieg scouts determined that the city was completely and utterly devoid of all life. No shit. But you can never be too thorough, so the city was bombed for another 2 years. I don't think there was even a fucking speck of bacteria still alive there. This seems like overkill, and it is. But what better way to send a message to potential traitors than to spend 10 years manually atomizing an entire hive city? The Death Corps have even saved the legendary Commissar Kane on at least one occasion. After his ship was shot down, the Death Riders of Krieg rode to Kane's rescue. They then worked with Kane and the Reclaimers Space Marine chapter to repel the Tyranid invasion of Fecundia. Not the spiciest bit of lore out there, but cool to see them interact with the base Sigma Chad that is Commissar Kane. The Orcs quite like the Death Corps, Ummis that stand their ground and fight without fear. However, they are also quite unnerved by them and their grim determination. During the Third War for Armageddon, there was a lot of really awesome wars that took place within the war. One was the Siege of Hive Tartarus, where the Death Corps showed off not just their borderline suicidal resolve, but also their tactical brilliance, using artillery to great effect. After repelling an Orc attack, the Kriegsmen used their signature shelling to pin the Orcs down, as they then bayonet charged in and carved up some mushroom stew. They didn't care about getting ripped in half or crushed by Orc girth, no. They stood their ground, point blank blasting on fully auto until the Orcs decided that this shit wasn't fun anymore and fled. It takes a lot to make an Orc run, so credit where credit is due. The siege was over. There have been multiple occasions where a Krieg's regiment have willingly sacrificed all their lives in order to buy time for other Imperial elements to escape. On Tarsis Ultra, the 393rd Krieg stayed behind to hold back the Tyranid swarms of Hive Fleet Leviathan. On Dusk, 4 Krieg regiments charged through and purged a Nurglite mutant army. After winning the battle, the few survivors then went straight into new and bloody war zones. Armageddon still stands in a huge part thanks to the blood of the men and women of Krieg. But they aren't these suicidal depresso expressos. They are just so fucking brave and relentless that they value victory above all else. They are also incredibly selfless, being the ones to constantly volunteer for suicidal missions in order to spare other more human guardsmen. They are immune to the temptations of chaos, hence can be used in those more
I love
wacky
that
war
shot.
zones. Are they all fucked in the head?
Real quick, I love that
Sure,
shot.
suicidal missions.
As soon as he takes out the heavy gunman, as soon as that Marine takes out the heavy gunman, the rest of the Krieg immediately stand up and open fire without a moment's hesitation. I love how that's portrayed.
More human guardsmen. They are immune to the temptations of chaos, hence can be used in those more wacky war zones. Are they all fucked in the head? Sure. After all, they are really proud of the fact that their ancestors were the ones to nuke the tits out of Krieg. But this is Warhammer 40K. If you aren't fucked in the head, then there is something wrong with you. The Imperium finds the Death Corps of Krieg so valuable that they let them use tech heresy to produce their armies, and they declare anyone who tries to fuck with the recruitment and production of Krieg warriors as traitorous extremists, thus stopping some of the more Puritan Inquisitors or boring tech priests from interfering. Oh yeah, and they ride genetically modified horses with gas masks. The horses have reinforced bones, lungs, muscles, and inbuilt drug systems so that during a Death Rider charge, the horses feel absolutely no pain or fear, making them a near equivalent of a fucking tank. Did I mention that Kriegsmen will often put grenades on the tips of their spears to create boomsticks? If that hasn't convinced you of how awesome these dudes and dudettes are, then I don't know what will. The cherry on top, most Krieg guardsmen haven't even seen their 18th birthday. If you enjoyed the video and you want to support the channel, then pick up the Napoleonic Warlord of Death, the latest and greatest major mini. Hit the subscribe button and hit the real subscribe button for more suicidal content. Join the Discord for more memes and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Bow to me.
Okay. I think I understand now. These jokers is crazy. Nah, these jokers is crazy. Okay. Now, let me see who y'all talk about. Amber King. Woo! Y'all weren't kidding. Y'all were not kidding. These Amber King videos are long. 4 hours and 23 minutes? That's almost as long as me reading through all 15 chapters of Solo Leveling Ragnarok that are currently out right now. Good Lord, these are... I don't think I see a single one that is under an hour. I see one that's exactly an hour. But not a single... Wow. Not a single one. Yarrick Farewell, short vid. Hold on. I know I forgot the E in Farewell. Dreadanon. Is this it? The earlier ones are like 40 to 50 minutes. Some of these I may have to watch on my own time. The top one there, this one here.
Goodbye, mate. In the end, the humans didn't need no emperor. Just a crumpin' brave git.
The fightiest of
Goodbye,
all
mate.
humans.
In the end, the humans didn't need no emperor. Just a crumpin' brave git.
Sebastian Yarick, hero of Armageddon, the fightiest of all humans.
Goodbye, mate. In the end,
Let me go to this one.
great news, geeks. We moved the front line against the humans forward by about 2 meters today. Congrats, boss. Yarick's dead. What? He's dead. He died. When? Last night, a couple of hours after the guard mobilised. Oh, Zog! Zogging hell, Yarick. There was no need to die. Dog, I only disliked you a bit. I didn't want you to... Zogging hell. Things took a turn for the worse. He got reinforced, but it was too late. What killed him? Angron. The Angron killed him? Hey, boys! Yarick got crumped by Angron! Oh, zog off! Seriously? Zogging hell? That is so Yarick. Oh no!
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I would just love to just hear the orcs just talking to each other. Okay. All right. Let me see here. How long have I been going? 3 hours. I've been going for 3 hours. That's significantly longer than I thought I was actually gonna go for today. Let me do this. Let me just look up something real quick. Let me see. Primarchs. All 20 Primarchs explained in under 9 minutes. And that's Grimdark half off. What exactly is a Primarch? Oh. Primarch, Sons of the Emperor by the Remembrancer. 5 hours and 39 minutes! Woo! Okay, let me see. Let me do this.
So I just found out that apparently a lemon isn't naturally occurring and is a hybrid by crossbreeding a bitter orange and a citron, which means life never gave us lemons. We invented them all by ourselves.
Let's see. I'd like you to check out Baldermore Night Lords. Hmm. 28. Do I want to stretch it out to 4 hours?
Fun. So much fun. Since the Kikajix opened, it has been never-ending fun. The spoiler broke the borders, opened the gates of heaven, and now we can to and fro with impunity. The corpse gods, men, are former brothers. They cannot defend everywhere, cannot be everywhere. So we hunt. We hunt like we have never been able to hunt in a very long time. What is time to an immortal? I digress. So, my warband and I have found a world ready for the plucking, a juicy herd of ape things to play with, and oh, how we have been playing. It has all been work for me, not enough play. Destroying their defences, corralling their meagre defenders, breaking them. My boys are too enamoured with playing. They forget how hard I have to work to make them do the things that are required for us all to have uninterrupted play. But that has now finally been achieved. The threats all removed. Now we feast. Now we play. This hive has now fallen, as the corpse god's minions and lickspittles would lament. We control its light, its heat, its every road, its every access point. Time to turn off the lights. Time to cover it with our cowl. The dark, the blessed dark. It brings out the best in the herd. My part is done. The playground is prepared. Time for us all to have some fun. Not just my boys. No, now it is my turn. I cannot neglect my duties, my role, my rule must always be maintained. I must watch my boys and make sure they are loyal, or I will be the one to be played with as I did my old master. He should not have lowered his guard. He should not have lowered his guard. Weak, he was weak, so he became my toy. But now I have them all playing. I have them all playing, so I can sneak in a bit of fun myself. Drat, I will only get 48 hours at a push. Is it time enough? Is it enough time? I think so. I have become so very good at what I do. I make friends. I can do this in time. Yes, I can. I can do this. But it must be a special friend. A friend worthy of the knowing. For I must know them inside and out. Oh yes, a new friend. But whom? As the ape things run hither and thither, I set to choosing. So much choice. As they run from the explosions, as they flee into our sentry guns and get cut down, I laugh. I laugh. They are so amusing. We set off alerts, evacuation orders. At first they did not run, so we levelled a few hab blocks. Now they run into our guns, run into our clutches. My pretty birds fall on them and take their pick, dragging them into our home, the darkness, flying like pretty birds and snatching one here, one there, taking them back to a nest ready for the fun. I have one already set up. When we first pushed into the hive, I found it and prepared it. I must find my friend and get them there. Some, like the big ones, they think that they will last longer, and will be able to keep up for longer. I know this is not true. The big ones have always been big. It means they have less to tell me. They have less to define themselves outside of their being big. Boring. Our newest initiates often like the small ones, the little ones. They have more fire. They've had to be more snappy to get by. But this is often a facade. When you get past the gnashing of teeth and squealing and shouting, the little ones are just little. They offer a certain titillation, the wrongness of it, to the newest initiates. But this is Mother First Stage. Doing things because they were wrong is passé. I tired of it centuries, millennia ago. Now, I need a good friend, an interesting friend, a friend worth knowing. Yes, a friend worth knowing. Amongst the wailing crowds, I see two candidates. Medium size, wiry, fast. Let us see. The sentry guns open up as the throng turns the corner, fleeing another slowly slumping hammer block. Controlled explosions designed to permit the inhabitants to run. The first rank of ape things are torn apart by bolt sentries, exploding like fountains. All the flock attempt to turn away, but the back of the flock still surges forward, fleeing their sinking homes, so they push their fellow ape things forward into the boom splat. Fountains all, I startle titter. I must watch my candidates. One has stopped. He has a darkening patch around his groin as he pushes his way through the crowd in panic. He seems like he might be a boo-hoo-hooer, like our 40K's. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Boring. Oh, the other. He breaks from the herd. He runs, but he is looking up, down, around. He is searching. I like him. Aware of the threat from all angles, his instincts are strong. I like him. I must know him. I must make him my friend. Yes, it will be him. I follow him. He is fast. He is fit. He takes care of himself. Good, good. With a grenade here, bolt shot there. I change his course, his direction. Always he is fast to react, always without hesitation. I have chosen well. I guide him to where I can play. Into an old warehouse. None are there now. I made sure of that. I chose this spot. No, none will know where I am here. I can play without interruption. I am there. When he comes in through the door, I left it open. He runs inside. He immediately hides. Good, good. He controls his urge to keep running. Not exhausted, but intelligent. One can hear running. He is clever. I start the fun. I walk slowly but heavily. My footfalls resounding on the metal grids. I can hear him. His breath stops. He can definitely hear me. But he does not panic. He does not hold his breath and just stay in situ and close his eyes, as the little ones do. He starts to reposition. Well done. What fun. He finds the weapons I placed there. He reaches up and delicately, and so slowly, takes one of the stubbers, so quietly. Impressive. I have chosen well. I descend the stairs dramatically and heavily. He knows where I am, I'm sure. I can see him in the dark, but he cannot see me well. So I take a few more steps, and move into the light so he can have his opportunity. I look around slowly. He must think I wish seclusion. I am checking that I am alone. I reach up and slowly take off my helmet, brush my hand over my head, and take in a deep breath and exhale slowly, like a tired ape thing after a long day. At peace, vulnerable. He has not done it. I turn my back, giving him that little nudgy nudge. He can still see my head. And it is so vulnerable. The stubbers have scopes. How much more of an invitation do I need to give him? A piercing pain snaps the back of my head as the clamour of a single discharge echoes around the warehouse. I try not to giggle as I slowly fall onto my knees and then forward to the ground. There is blood, for certain. I can feel it trickle down my neck, then across my head and into my face as I lay there dead. Of course, the stubber was strong enough to break skin, but not to pierce my skull. I am not an idiot. So much blood. Head wounds. He buys into the fun. He finally lets out a slow and steady exhale of breath. He is controlled for an ape thing. I chose well. Brave. He comes to inspect the body to make certain. He stands above me for a moment. He is weighing up the risk of shooting again. The sound could attract my boys, but he so wants to make sure I am dead. It is then that I simply cannot control myself. I wish I had been able to draw this out, but I start. I roll over, tears coming out of my eyes from the mirth. I hope he tries to shoot me again, tries to execute me. So much fun! Oh! I have to roll forward and snatch the gun from his grasp as he puts it in his mouth. Thankfully, I'm in time. Clever, clever. He nearly ruined all of my work. He is a wily one. I've chosen well. So I flick his temple and knock him out. Yes. He wakes on the lovely board I have prepared for him. His eyes stay closed at first. He does not wish to look. But unlike so many, he then opens them wide as a challenge. He snaps them open. He knows what he will see. This one is clever. His face does not change its expression of anger or hate. He knows. I speak to him. You are impressive, my friend. 1 in a million. I feel you could have been a commissar. Had your history been different, your birth, your station. I want so much to know you, inside and out. He hocks and spits at me. I am right. He had such potential. He will be an honor to know. And it was. He lasted so long. No boo-hoo-hoo, no. Screaming, of course, especially with the nerve augmenters I shared with him. He had to feel everything. It was the least I could do for a friend in the last hours, to be truly alive and experiencing everything to its fullest. You see, I am a good friend. Even when I showed him his spleen, no boo-hoo. Even when we both looked at his genitalia up close. Even when I showed him his still beating heart. I honor him. I do not leave him as a wormy, zipped up and floppy flop on the floor in the dark, no arms or legs. He is better than this. He was a good friend. My boys have finished playing and now level the hub blocks left over. I allow my friend to see the vids that prove he is the last member of his hive to go, an honor he has deserved. I then finish him. He looked like he would betray himself and begin to boo-hoo. I save him from that. He was a worthy ape thing to know. Welcome, gentle listener. I apologize for the severity of this introduction, but there can be times when the threat, the terror, the horror of an enemy can be denuded by being too distant, too hypothetical. I felt it was necessary to show, rather than tell, the true threat of this, one of the most dark and terrible groups of beings in the entire grim darkness of the future.
I haven't said a single word because this intro was something else. You want to know my thoughts? You want to know my thoughts? I'm avoiding the Night Lords completely. What this dude basically just put out there is essentially a casual Batman stalking moment. This is a casual Batman stalking moment from the Arkham series. You're hunting all of these people down. You're hunting them all down. One thug after the next. They don't see, if you're good at it, they don't see you at all until you get down to the last person. By that time, that person is terrified, skittish, spinning around, so you can't necessarily sneak up on them because they're so terrified that they can't even trust being able to have their back uncovered, and they start backing up. And then they back up again and they start moving forward. They are absolutely terrified. Except this is amped up to like 1,000. Because there's more than just one singular Batman. There's multiples of them. An entire army's worth. And they do this on the regular. This was a terrifying scenario. Had I listened to this during October, it would have fit the mood perfectly. Had I listened to this and reacted to this during October, it would have fit perfectly. This dude's voice is amazing, though. Really good. Really helps sell the unsettling of this entire intro. Very well done. Very well done. As a voice actor myself, I have to say, yeah, very well done. I love the like Gollum-esque like insanity to his voice. They're like,
Oh yes, I found a new plaything, and he is weak, but he looks like he could be a new friend of mine.
like the way he was doing his voice and everything, it was very well done. It helps sell the mood. Night Lords, for as crazy as they are among the sub-factions with the best books and stories. They are awful, but also entertaining and weirdly introspective. Let's continue. We'll make this the last thing I react to for today.
For today, we will now go into a very brief introduction to the 8th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Night Lords. Please remember that this is an introduction only. Should there be the appetite, I will engage in further entries for this, one of the most terrible forces to stalk the galaxy. For they have been set loose by the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum. The 13th Black Crusade smashed the bottleneck of Cadia and opened that rent across the entire galaxy. Now they can go back and forth with ease, foraying into the material realm, then retreating back to the warp at a whim. The Warhammer 40K setting has become a thing of even more grim darkness than ever before. To quote, "My sons, the galaxy is burning. We all bear witness to a final truth. Our way is not the way of the Imperium. We have never stood in the Emperor's light, never worn the Imperial Eagle, and you never will. You shall stand in midnight clad, your claws forever red, with the lifeblood of my father's failed empire, warring through the centuries as the talons of a murdered god. Rise, my sons, and take your wrath across the stars in my name, in my memory. Rise, my Night Lords." End quote.
Okay, Palpatine.
Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the 8th Legion.
End quote. I have waited a long time for this moment, my little green friend. End quote.
Sorry, I had to poke fun just a little bit.
End quote.
You gotta say it like Jim Carrey would.
End quote.
Now I feel like watching The Grinch. Just because of the Jim Carrey portrayal, but you know.
Of the Legiones Astartes. Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the 8th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Night Lords. Truer words have very seldom been said in all of the grim dark, for the 8th Legion were not akin to any of their brother Astartes. Where they had shining armor and a bold image of their own worthiness and righteousness, the 8th were under no such illusions, even from their inception on Holy Terror. For when the Emperor of Mankind designed his 20 Primarchs, from which his 20 legions of Space Marines would spring, he calculated all of the facets and forces he would require. His intent was to form the perfect army, the perfect warriors, the perfect tool for him to not only take every star and system of the Milky Way galaxy, but also to then hold them. For this he would need many tools, for each of his Primarchs was to be a mighty general with the most formidable force the human race has ever produced, the Space Marines. Each legion of Astartes, Space Marines, was to have a very specific role. Indeed, each would be able to wage war the likes had never been seen, but each would also have a niche, a specialization. Many were shining knights of honor and power, designed to represent the greatness and goodness that resided in the breast of humanity. They were to be paragons and glorious examples that could be displayed to all of the universe as the best of what it was to be human. Not so for the Night Lords. For every organization, every government, every military need have those who will follow orders, will do unspeakable things without complaint or resistance. Forces that will elicit terror in their enemies and allies alike. For the Emperor knew that his race was fractious, and that the combined goal that they worked toward would not be enough for many. He knew that it was inevitable that some of his fellow humans would become greedy, would lose purpose, would seek to aggrandize themselves at the first opportunity. The master of mankind, who had witnessed every age of humanity from their earliest forays into civilization all the way through the golden age of technology, and even through the calamity of old night, the age of strife, with humanity almost gutted out. He knew his race. He knew that many would simply bend the knee while his armies were present, only to renege on their oaths of fealty the instant he had departed. So, being the shepherd of all of humanity, he knew that he needed to have a deterrent. He needed to have a healthy respect from all of those worlds brought into compliance, but also a very necessary fear. Only in this way could he be guaranteed that one most elusive of all things, unity through loyalty. Humanity simply had no choice in his mind, or he would not have arisen, would not have thrown off his cloak of secrecy and taken the reins of direct power and leadership. Humanity had to be unified, or would be wiped out from his perspective. One that was very hard to argue with, considering the horrors of the Age of Strife, where Xenos, aliens, and demons had dominated and annihilated so many of our race. Hence, not all of his Primarchs, not all of his legions of Space Marines, could be the examples of virtue that was allotted to many. He needed a tool of fear, a bringer of terror. He needed a force that would be used to scare his people into staying compliant, to staying loyal. He had his Night Lords. The Primarchs were stolen by the powers of chaos and spread throughout the galaxy, but still the legions had character, and were employed without their fathers, the Primarchs, to lead them. The 8th, the Night Lords, were recruited from the most brutal prisons and pits of despair in all of Holy Terra, the present name of Earth, the cradle of humanity where the Emperor began his empire, his Imperium. They were scum. They would blanch at no activity, would bring a level of ferocity and sadism to their campaigns that would act as a deterrent forever after. When the Emperor had dominated all of Terra during the long and bloody Unification Wars, his instinct was proven right. Almost immediately, one of his defeated allies, the Saragorn Enclave, turned and rebelled. They continued to tinker with genetic engineering, were attempting psi-breeding, eugenics to attempt to create powerful psychers, a practice utterly banned by the diktat of the Emperor. The Master of Mankind was informed, and is reputed to have said just 3 words. Just 3. Send the 8th. The 8th Legion were deployed and assaulted the Enclave, but they did not roll in with tanks and overwhelming firepower alone, as other legions would. They made a bloody horror of the entire region. They hunted and tortured each and every person there. They wiped the entire population away with a viciousness that was beyond belief. With this as an example of exactly what would happen if any rebelled, Terra stayed loyal. All of it. This was the way of the Night Lords. Fear. To act in such terrible
Fear
and
is a
sadistic
powerful
ways that
motivator.
entire star systems would then surrender to them when they had witnessed their savagery. It was true that any rebellion throughout the stars was almost instantly quashed by the mere mention of their name. Many a governor would toy with the idea of declaring his world independent of the Imperium, as humans are so oft willing to forget their own history so swiftly. The scars dealt to them during their domination and compliance would often lose their sting over a mere generation, but the threat of the 8th would dispel their errant dreams very swiftly. The mention of them alone was enough to loose the bowels of most. So even before they eventually turned to evil, theirs was never a force that could ever be described as good, as such a thing exists in the grim darkness of the future. When they were reunited with their Primarch, Conrad Kurz, they changed very little. When some legions found their Primarchs, it was either a magnificent time where they were enhanced and saved by their sire, as in the case of the Blood Angels and Sanguinius, or it was a time of change, as in the case of the Death Guard. But few legions were left without some form of transformation when their genetic father and spiritual leader, their Primarch, was discovered. But this was not so for the Night Lords. Chaos's world was not a place that would ever engender a good man to arise from it. Despite Conrad being genetically predisposed to try to seek for justice, for law and order at every point, his methods were twisted by his early years on the world of Nostromo. For it was a cesspit of lawlessness, a horror of a world where survival of the fittest was the only law, and murder, rape and massacre were nightly events. They were, until Conrad subjugated the world through fear alone. But this is a tale for another time, when we can discuss the tale of Conrad Curse in full. It was the habit of the Emperor to gift the world of that a Primarch had grown up on, had usually dominated, as Conrad had Nostromo, as a recruitment world for their legion. As such, the Eighth's recruits were from that world and had a part of its darkness. Later, Nostromo was to only give reinforcements from the worst and most vile of all of its denizens. The Night Lords started badly, but would get progressively worse as time went on, as each and every Marine was a travesty of a thing that could barely be called human, and it was even before they were trained and used by the Night Lords to perform their reigns of terror. For the Night Lords would take pride in their work, but their goals were not the same as their Primarch. For Conrad thought that the ends justified the means. The horrific butchery of one city, not just the callous extermination, but the torture of his entire population over an extended period while being broadcast to all surrounding areas, would then lead to the entire world surrendering out of fear. In this, Conrad could very realistically state that his tactics and strategies did not affect infrastructure and would mean a tiny proportion of the casualties that would have been created if another legion had invaded honorably. And he was right. But the fact remained that his legion did not have his ideal at their fore. Their eye was never on the ends, just the means. They did it because they could butcher and torture indiscriminately. They did it because they enjoyed it. And so Conrad eventually ended hating his own legion, something he was never shy of letting them know either. He went mad. His legion was declared rogue even before the drop site massacre on Istvan V, but was still ordered to act in that assault, one which would turn out to be an utter betrayal, as the Night Lords turned traitor and helped massacre the 3 loyalist legions of the first wave. But I will go into the massacre at Istvan in more detail in the future. With the Horus heresy now in full swing, Conrad did not so much follow Horus, but rebel against his father, an act of spite, perhaps, for the poisoned chalice that was passed to him by the Emperor of Mankind, to be built to strive for justice, but to lead a legion he despised, to perpetually perform actions he could never actually forgive himself for having ordered performed. But the Night Lords have never really gone fully into the fold of the other legions that began the wholesale and emphatic worship of chaos. Although there are some faithful amongst the legion, theirs is not a religious crusade. For them, following Abaddon on the path of chaos is not about zeal or serving their new dark gods. It is simply that they can now do whatever they wish, to whomever they wish. The chaos gods leave them be. Conrad was slain, despite being one of the most powerful combatants of all of the sons of the Emperor, but he let his legion know he despised them before the deed was done, a deed he even permitted. Since that time, the Night Lords have been a thing of terror, not for, but against the Imperium of Man. The true levels of their viciousness I hope you gained from my introduction, but I shall one day go more into their tactics and more of their history. For the time being, I hope, gentle listener, that you can see why the forces of chaos are feared, and why the Imperium is the way it is. In the face of enemies such as the Night Lords, perpetually a threat, perpetually just one slip away from penetrating your defenses and letting their evil loose on any sector, one can do nothing but become a thing of tyranny to prevent the greater evil, and the least This is their argument. For the Night Lords are the thing that comes in the night. They are the lords of sadism and fear. They are the lords of the night. And the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum means that they can go near anywhere, at any time. Nowhere is now safe from their predations. The beast, as they say, is well and truly abroad. I have been Voldemort, your faithful servant. I hope my introduction to the Night Lords has been enlightening, no matter how unpleasant. If so, then please do consider liking and subscribing. If you are a regular gentle listener, then do please also consider supporting us on Patreon, if you see the worth in what we are doing and wish it to continue. If you are unable to do this, then please do consider just sharing. I would like our tribe to get slightly larger, shall we say. It would help continue the work. Now, no matter what you do today, please do try to make some time for fun. Toodaloo.
Whew. Okay. All right. An entire legion that just steeps itself in fear and instilling fear by doing things that causes fear. Let's see, this is why the legions are so different from each other, including their prime marks, because Big E made it like that. Okay. Yeah, not all traders worship like or are even allied to Chaos. Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and especially the Alpha Legion all have members that don't want any of that. Nah, we gonna do our own thing. Literally embracing that mentality. Yeah, glad he got his channel back. It was hacked recently. Oh no. What is it with people trying to hack other people's YouTube channels? First, it was Alicia. It was Alicia Does Death or Alicia X Death or Alicia X Live. Both of her channels got hacked, and we were bereft of her content for so very long. And YouTube was making it a really big hassle for her to get her stuff back. Even made it seem like she wasn't going to be able to get both of her channels back. She got one back, but it took forever for her last one to come back. But she got it back, though, so I'm happy for her. I think her channel, I think one of her channels already reached like 200,000 subscribers, so I'm happy for her for that. But just a service announcement. If you're a YouTuber and you make stuff, please be careful what links you click on, what Discord servers you get invited to. Unless they are official, don't be messing with them. Emails that you may find. It really does pay to be extra careful nowadays, because people out here trying to hack people's accounts just so they can promote crypto scams or anything related to Elon Musk. And I have to say that the world doesn't need any more of him whatsoever, because being the richest man in the world doesn't mean that you're also smart. But, you know, conversation for another time. Just be very, very careful out there with all your stuff, all your passwords and stuff, everything. So not only am I glad for her getting her channel back, but it's also nice to hear that Voldemort got all of his stuff back as well. Hopefully it didn't impact them way too much, because I hate it when good channels get hit like this. Especially ones that I enjoy, and I like Voldemort. I like Voldemort's voice. I like his videos, and his voice is very good as well, especially for storytelling. I like it very much. So I'll probably have to watch some more stuff. Watch some more stuff concerning Voldemort a little bit. Pardon me, that's the chicken. I have to watch some more Voldemort stuff later down the line. I think that's a good note to leave out on. Next time, you know what? I don't know what we're going to do next time. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do next time. So I'll just, I'll come up with something for our next session. It probably won't be tomorrow, since I'm already going to be doing Bleach. And I think the next chapter for Solo Leveling Ragnarok is also supposed to be dropping tomorrow as well. So it probably won't be on Saturday. We'll see, because I'm also playing Super Mario Bros. Wonder as well, so we'll work it out. We'll work it out as we go. But overall, this was Baldermord and Amber King are two very good voice actor Warhammer channels. Nice, nice. I will definitely keep the both of them in mind. But we'll work it out once we go, as we go. So let me do this. Let me see. Let me bring... Oh, I know how I can do this. And then... Ah, okay. So that's how I can do it. Okay, that's one way I can do it. But I'll just... You know what? I'm just going to keep camera the way I had it before. Best not break anything that ain't broke. I'll just keep it the way it is. But yeah, that was quite entertaining. Watching all those stuff about the weapons from Luetin09 and then reacting to some stuff from Baldermord and then the Krieg and Master Kill. It's always fun watching some Warhammer 40K stuff with you guys. And I, once again, and I say this all the time, thank you for your patience as a novice like me gets into this world and explores more of it. Thank you for your patience, just in case I mispronounce things or get some stuff wrong, or if I'm just wrong in general. Thank you for being patient with me. This is the reason why I actually really like this Warhammer 40K community, because even if a greenhorn like me, who's just still at the tip of the iceberg of what this ginormous continental brick entails for Warhammer 40K, you guys have been patient with me and just telling me stuff that I didn't know. And I have to say, thank you. The people in general need more understanding and patient people like you. So I just want to say thank you. Thanks to Kitty for the super chat for today. I know she's not here, but I'm still going to thank her anyway, just in case she watches this later. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. This goes towards the longevity of this channel overall. But that's where I'm going to call it for today's session, ladies and gentlemen. Yet another entertaining Warhammer 40K session where I learn more and you guys learn me some more as well. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the video suggestions, the channel suggestions, and just telling me stuff about Warhammer 40K that I didn't know before. And next time, I'm going to make sure that auto exposure is turned off on my camera so that way if I get close, it doesn't make me appear brighter than I actually am. So overall, this was fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one that we have together. All I can say to you is, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples! That is not the right screen! What is this? What is this? How do you go from grimdark to looking at Mario and everyone at the end? How does that work?